Good morning and welcome to Salford City Council Planning Panel. My name is Councillor Ray Mashter and I'm Chair of the Planning Panel. Given the pandemic, only the elected members need to be physically present in meetings to make decisions. So officers who are officers of the Council can join meetings remotely. The planning officers presenting the applications today will do so remotely. There are a number of officers in the room to help support the panel. To my left is Mr Hodgson, who's the lead officer for development management. And then we have Mr Ralph and Miss Wright, who are from Democratic Services, and we have Helen and Gemma, who are going to help members of the public and keep the areas clean and keep the building to help keep the building to COVID-safe protocols. That's okay. Okay. The meeting will be streamed live, as you heard it being counted in just, and if you do intend to film or photograph the meeting, I ask that you do so in such a way as not to stop other members of the public from speaking freely. That's all I ask. And further, my last request of your good selves is to, would you please adhere to the COVID-safe protocols in the building? We're so grateful. Thank you. Okay, over to the order of business. First, the officers will present the submission to the panel. Second, any registered objectors will be invited to speak. Third, any registered applicant agents will be invited to speak. Fourth, any registered councillors, MPs or MPs representatives will be invited to speak. Allow a total of 10 minutes for both sides. If there's one speaker, you'll get 10 minutes. If there's two, you'll get 5 minutes each, and then please divide again. MPs, councillors and MPs representatives will get 5 minutes each. After then, I'll close from your good selves and open up to the panel for debate. This is a question the panel or we just do not have the answer to. And then we'll bring you very quickly in for a factual answer, then close and carry on with the debate. After then, we'll move to a decision made on material planning grounds, which are the national policies and local planning policies. If there's a motion contrary to officer recommendation, then before any vote will be taken, Mr Hodgson will be asked to give advice to the panel about the impact of that motion. And then further than that, we will move to a vote. We will all vote at the same time, and in case of a tie, I, the chair, will have a further vote to decide the application. Thank you. I hope that's clear. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, decisions will be made today. I hope those decisions may or may not please everybody, but I would like to feel that you feel when you leave this building that you had a fair and equal hearing throughout the whole of the proceedings. Thank you so much. Okay, members, are you happy to... should we do the apologies for absence first, and who's present, and then we'll go through the other items of the agenda. Apologies for absence?
Yeah, we received apologies from Councillors Karen Garrido, Dawson, Birch, Taylor, Morris and McCusker.
For now, can we add Councillor Linden to that as well, please? Mr Ralph, would you be so kind to read out who is present as well, please?
Yeah, present today with Councillors Clark, Cusack, Warmasham, Mashita, Hamilton, Neil Reynolds, Dickman and Tressedon.
I'll make that 8 votes in the room. Yeah. Great, thank you. Okay, members, are you happy to include part 1 and 2 of the agenda? Okay, any declaration of interest? Councillor Cusack?
I need to declare an interest in item, I think it's 5A, Longshore Drive, Chair, on the grounds that I'm on the board of Derive RP, who are part of the development team on that project.
Thank you, Councillor Cusack. The only thing I ask Councillor Cusack is please take one of the gold seats before item 5A starts, okay? And then I believe 5H and I, Councillor Dickman, you're going to speak as a ward councillor, so you'll be leaving the panel. Thank you. No problem. Okay, I'll just find the next item. Are you happy to approve the minutes from the previous meeting on the 2nd of December? Okay. Right then. Okay. Item 5, which is planning applications. Item 5A, which is first. Members, that's page 21 of your agenda. It's page 2 of your amendment sheet. Mr Williams, can we just make sure you're full screened? I think Mr... thank you. Mr Andrew Williams, could you go forward and back again, just to make sure your slides are all working?
Good morning, Chair, of course.
Oh, great. And I can hear you, Mr Andrew Williams. Mr Williams, you have the floor. Over to you yourself.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. The application brought to you today relates to the former Harrowfold High School along Longshore Drive, Little Holston, Worsley. It seeks the development of 177 dwellings comprising 45 apartments and 132 houses alongside associated parking, landscaping and open space. As can be seen on this location plan, the application site comprises land previously occupied by the school, which relocated nearby in 2008. Further to its closure, all redundant school buildings were demolished and land cleared. Given the length of time it has remained vacant, the land has become extremely overgrown, with self-seeded trees and shrubs alongside the remnants of the playing courts and car parking areas. The site is delineated to the north by Longshore Drive, which provides vehicular access and was also characterised by an established tree line along the carriageway. Beyond this lies the Little Holton Children's Centre and a variety of different residential properties which also continue along the eastern boundary. The northwestern boundary lies adjacent to the new constructed Little Holton Medical Centre and a footpath running between Meadowsweet Lane and Haysbrook Avenue. Further to the northwest and within close proximity to the application site lies the Little Holton Neighbourhood Centre and the A6 Manchester Road East. Forming the southwestern boundary is a sloping escarpment beyond which lies a residential estate accessed from Quarry Pond Road. The application site is also delineated by a coppice associated with St Anne's Hospice. The topography of the land drops further to the south towards the lower playing fields, which are located off-site and currently under consideration for the construction of a new two-storey secondary school with associated car parking, external sports facilities and landscaping. This slide provides you with an aerial view of the application site with the line edged red and a clearer understanding and appreciation of the site's immediate context. To aid members, the next two slides provide a number of site photographs taken recently. The left-hand photograph provides a view looking towards the southeast with the terracing effect visible with the changing ground levels. The right-hand photograph was taken from the existing access from Longshore Drive, with the car parking area and remnants of the former school clearly visible amongst the overgrown setting. The next photographs, this one to the left, provides a view along Longshore Drive, whilst the right-hand photograph provides an indication of the existing relationship between the application site and those properties along Quarry Pond Road. The proposal seeks the construction of 177 dwellings with vehicular access provided from Longshore Drive and a pedestrian footpath created to link the proposed development to Haysbrook Avenue and Little Holton Neighbourhood Centre beyond. As originally proposed, a secondary footpath was to be created running along the side of the medical centre. However, this is now being closed and being only accessible for maintenance purposes. Following discussion with the applicant, an area of safeguarded land has also been incorporated into the scheme to provide the opportunity to create a pedestrian route between Quarry Pond Road and the Estate Road. This was due to assurances by local residents that there was a definitive right-of-way connecting Quarry Pond Road with the application site. Whilst recognising that this route is not on the council's definitive map, nor has a formal claim been made for a definitive map modification order to legally establish that the trail represents a public right-of-way, the applicant is continuing to investigate this matter with condition 25 of the panel report added to secure the provision for a right-of-way in the event this is proven. If not, the safeguarded land will be absorbed into the curtilages of plots 160 and 161. This approach is supported by the council's public rights-of-way officer. Overall, it's considered that the proposed site layout has been arranged to promote openness with accommodating curtilages, open aspects across the development and an area of informal open space to enhance its wider setting. The proposal seeks to provide a mixture of two-storey, predominantly semi-detached and terraced properties with off-street car parking and three-storey apartment buildings with shared parking provision, which is considered commensurate with the character of the area. As can be seen and circled in red, 44 trees are due to be lost to facilitate the proposed development. However, as part of the indicative landscaping proposals and in accordance with the trees and development supplementary planning document, 108 trees with a minimum height of around 4 metres, with some extending to 5.5 metres, are to be planted to compensate for such loss. The proposal seeks to provide a mixed tenure residential development comprising predominantly PRS, affordable and social housing to meet the identified needs of the local community. This is to be supplemented by a proportion of private sale houses, with proceeds of the sales subsidising the construction of the development. As can be seen, there will be an appropriate mix of different housing options with a high proportion of family dwellings. As per the supporting documents submitted alongside this application, the proposal seeks to create a mixture of properties which are either low energy homes or meet passive house specifications. For those of you who aren't familiar with passive house, this is a design standard which seeks to significantly reduce heat loss through very high levels of insulation, extremely high performance windows and an airtight building fabric. As a result, this approach seeks to provide a high level of occupant comfort using very little energy for heating and cooling. In addition to the clear benefits in terms of reducing carbon emissions, it also aids in reducing utility costs for occupants themselves. In terms of aesthetics, the traditional design approach is proposed with the articulation provided and visual interest created through the incorporation of brick banding and soldier coursing with stone effect seals to the fenestration. An alternative, more contemporary design approach has been taken with the apartment buildings, which are identically formed and arranged over 3 stories with flat roofs and 2 tonal brickwork elevations to complement the brickwork of the houses. In order to facilitate the proposed development, the site is to be regraded with a more gentle slope towards the southern aspect. These street schemes also show the relationship between the houses and the apartment buildings, which, given the site level changes of comparative heights, to ensure the development is read cohesively. In terms of landscaping, the applicant has provided a detailed landscaping proposal to aid in the determination of the application. As can be viewed here, all properties will benefit from grass curtilages with extensive hedgerows and the planting of semi-mature and wildflower meadows across the site. The application is recommended for approval, the attachment of conditions, and in terms of the planning balance, whilst it's appreciated that a loss of 44 tree groups and will be lost with a net loss of biodiversity, this is outweighed by the clear public benefits of the scheme. It would lead to an efficient redevelopment of a vacant and underutilised sites within a sustainable urban location. It will provide 177 mixed tenure, predominantly affordable houses for the local community. The development would also contribute towards social cohesion and mobility through the pepper potting of different tenures and mixtures of housing across the site. It provides a sustainable housing which meets passive house and low energy specifications. The application will be supported by a comprehensive landscaping and tree replacement scheme comprising the planting of 108 new trees and as explained previously, of a minimum height of around 4 metres, with some being as large as 5.5 metres. It will also provide an improvement to the current drainage rates across the site, and it will also lead to the implementation of traffic calming measures along Longshore Drive, including associated traffic regulation orders and signage required on Longshore Drive for the reduction of the existing speed limits on adjoining minor residential roads to 20 miles per hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Thank you so much. Members, before I bring the objectors and the applicants in and anyone else who may be wishing to speak, I just want to point out to you that the planning balance sheet, I realise that the font is quite small on the screen, so the planning balance sheet was emailed out to you last evening via Mr. Elf, so, and it's the sheet on that email 5A. Is that okay to correspond with the item? Okay, is there anybody wishing to, or is anybody in the room who's an object who's wishing to speak? Nope. Okay, I do believe we have a Mr. Burke-Hargreaves and a Mr. Lee from the applicant's and applicant's agent side. Are you both speaking, or have we just got one speaker? Mr. Lee, is there two speakers or one speaker today?
There's two speakers.
Two speakers. 5 minutes each, okay?
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Over to you, Mr. Lee, whenever you're ready. No problem.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members of the planning panel. I'm Andrew Lee. I'm Head of Housing Strategy at Salford City Council, and we're doing a joint presentation with Anne Burke-Hargreaves, who's been our planning consultant on this application. I wish to speak in favour of the proposed development and why we're looking to develop this site. Longshore Drive forms part of the next phase of the Council's direct delivery programme and part of our desire to deliver not just well-designed, quality, energy-efficient homes for social and affordable rent, and therefore meeting the City Mayor's priority to deliver truly affordable homes, but also the development and provision of homes across a range of tenures to create mixed and sustainable communities. So this scheme builds on other schemes that have clearly been in front of the panel, and including the two that have recently been granted planning permission. The site's an excellent location, it's close to amenities and good transport links, and will deliver over 50% affordable housing. As you're all aware, scarcity of affordable housing and homelessness continues to be a major issue for residents in the city. I previously have provided some information in terms of numbers. So 4,500 households presenting as homeless to the city in 2021. The numbers in temporary accommodation continuing to rise, and over 5,000 households registered on the Council's housing register. And in this area, over 50 bids per property advertised. So the proposed development will provide 177 homes, of which 62 homes will be for social affordable rent, and 30 apartments will also be for social affordable rent. And these house types have been developed with known housing needs in mind, including the 4 beds and the wheelchair accessible units. So a particular pressure on the waiting list is for 4 beds, and applicants can wait on average for 8 years to get a 4-bed house. So the delivery of 4 beds on the scheme will help to meet that demand. And the scheme also provides a wheelchair accessible units, some 2 beds, some of the 3 beds, and also some of the 4 beds as well. And again, a very limited supply of wheelchair accessible accommodation across the city, and this will help to meet that very much need for that. So on completion, the council will have 100% nominations for the property, and they'll be let and allocated according to those in the housing register. In terms of the quality of design and thermal standards, so all the homes will align to the National Described Space Standards, and they're designed to a high standard, higher than building regulations, and will be flexible and adaptable. The scheme has scored highly against the Building for Healthy Life criteria, which also is an assessment against this criteria required by the funder Homes England. The council has also set itself high thermal, low carbon standards, and the homes will be built to very high thermal efficient standards, with an emphasis on a fabric first approach and no gas in the properties. And this supports the council's ambitions to reduce carbon emissions and for the city to be carbon neutral by 2038, but it also helps fuel poverty, or to address fuel poverty for residents, and sets a benchmark for registered providers and other developers to follow around environmental sustainability. Finally, in terms of social value, working with the contractor to optimise social value with a focus on using local labour and training and development opportunities for local people. I'll hand over to Anne Burke-Hargreaves.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Ms. Burke. Thanks, Alan. Mrs Burke-Hargreaves, your 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Chair, members, good morning. My name is Anne Burke-Hargreaves and I am the planning agent for this application. This application was submitted back in March of this year by Salford City Council's Housing Department, and both before submission and during the determination period we have worked closely with the local planning authority to respond to comments and ensure that a well-designed and well-considered scheme can be delivered. I don't intend to go into detail and specifics as they're well documented in the planning officer's report, but I thought it beneficial to highlight some of the positive outcomes that will be generated by the proposals when compared to the status quo of leaving the former school site derelict and undeveloped. These positive outcomes are as follows. The scheme will address a considerable affordable housing need issue in Little Hulton, as outlined by Andrew just now. The scheme will deliver low energy homes, helping tackle climate change, again as touched on by Andrew. The scheme will invest nearly £3 million of grant funding to develop a brownfield site in a sustainable location, meeting national and local policy goals. The scheme will invest over £45,000 in improvements to pitch drainage at Amblecote playing fields, which will increase the playing capacity of the pitches and deliver a net benefit sports provision locally. The scheme is committed to making biodiversity improvements in the locality, with specific details to be agreed through the condition discharge process. The scheme will replant trees and vegetation at a ratio of 2:1. New tree planting will include some larger native species of a type to match those that will be removed, and trees will be around 4 metres high, with some as large as 5.5, as mentioned by the planning officer. New tree planting to the boundaries and in rear gardens will replace trees where removals have taken place and provide screening. Areas of meadow and bulb planting and over 500 metres of native mixed hedgerows will also improve biodiversity. In partnership with the adjacent proposed school, the scheme will deliver traffic calming improvements along Longshore Drive, including traffic humps and a speed limit reduction, which will make improvements that the Council has not been able to prioritise to date. In addition to these positive outcomes, it should also be noted that the scheme is compliant with Council policies on separation distances, parking and landscape design, and the house designs themselves have been agreed with officers over the course of the application. We've also amended the position of Block 1 and the car park layout to provide a better through route through to Haysbrook Avenue. Furthermore, the scheme safeguards a route for a public right-of-way through the development in the event that any claim is formally lodged by local residents. In conclusion, the applicant has worked closely with the local planning authority to develop a well-balanced residential proposal that will be of significant benefit to the locality, and we respectfully request your approval. Thank you.
Okay, there's no one else on the applicant's agent side? Oh, that's okay. There's nobody, no ward members. Okay, members, anyone wishing to speak? Councillor Clark, anyone else?
Can you confirm, or could somebody confirm, how many units are disabled access or friendly?
Mr Lee, could you help us with that very quickly?
How many? 11. 11 out of 177. It's not good enough, is it? It's not good enough. If this is Salford Council building this out of Salford Council money, and we are, as a council, going to put X amount on it. How many are actually for social rent? How many was it? 60 odd? They should all be accessible for disabled people. It's not good enough out of that, just 11 properties, because this is supposed to be inclusive for everybody. You know, it might be policy compliant, but it's not people compliant, is it? So we need to do better on disabled access if the council are paying for it, because a lot of people out there will need wheelchairs in the future, and we're not building it for them, are we? This is us doing this, the council, so we need to be better than that. Again, we haven't allowed for bins. Some of these properties show a nice front facade with a nice low bay window, but they're going to have 4 bins in front of them because they can't get round the back for bin storage. We need to do better on bin storage. This is Salford Council. We know the problem with bins. We've been dragged around other places with bins, and there's just a cacophony of bins in the street because nobody's anywhere to put them. And can somebody explain to me the net loss biodiversity of 80% with this? Because that's what's in the report, and how we're mitigating that, because that's not good enough either.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Mr Lee, can I just bring you back to this table, please? These homes, you say they build the government's policy of You're going to have to forgive me, I can't bring quite the terminology. How retrofittable are these homes? Are they homes for life? Can they be retrofitted to, as someone lives in them and ages?
Okay, so the wheelchair accessible homes are built to a higher standard, so that the space standards are there's more of a wheelchair turning circle. So they are specifically designed for people who are currently in wheelchairs. So that's why I think that 11 is sufficient, because we've provided them on other schemes, and it's the balance really between, and this, I think 11 will be sufficient for the number of people on the waiting list that will want to particularly live in Little Holton, because that's the other thing. Not everyone on the waiting list will want to be in Little Holton, but it's trying to balance having a supply of wheelchair accessible homes. And I accept there's not enough wheelchair accessible homes across the city, and people do wait a significant period of time, but it's that balance of providing them in a particular location and then people wanting them at that particular point. So that's one of the things that we have to weigh up. And there is an increased cost of providing wheelchair accessible properties. They have a larger footprint, and I suppose it's that we're trying to achieve that balance in terms of providing M43 properties which are of a particular standard with particular requirements required in terms of space standards, and then the need that not everybody requires that property of that type, and the ability to turn a wheelchair in particular parts of the property. That's the reasoning why we're not providing them all to wheelchair accessible standards.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I think we can understand what you're reacting to from what the needs and the demands that are being put towards the city. We can understand that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Councillor Clark, condition 24. There might be a biodiversity loss on the site, but overall the development will deliver the necessary increase in biodiversity gain, which is condition 24 in your report that you will have read. So it won't be on site. We don't always have to ask for this on site, but not all sites can deliver the request of the biodiversity net gain. But what we can do is we can deliver it for the city in other locations, and I think that's more than reasonable to do so. And I believe it does meet our bins policy. Mr. Williams, could you just confirm that it meets our waste policy?
Hello, Chair. Yes, it does.
Okay.
Bins policy, and there's sufficient room around the back of the properties to gain access if they wish, if residents wish to place their bins at the rear of the properties. We've also attached a condition in respect to apartment blocks, requesting further details of the bin storage. However, the location of those bin stores is considered acceptable by the highway officers.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, members, anyone else wishing to speak? These are passive houses. They're being built to a very green standard. There's no gas in them. They're going to be most affordable and social rented. It's what this panel have always been asking for. Is anybody willing to move this planning application? Okay, is anyone willing to second it? Thank you. All in favour of the application, please shout. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the application has been approved. Thank you so much. Okay, members, moving right on to item 5B. Mr. Allen, can I hear you yourself? And would you be able to bring up your screen?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, hopefully you can hear me.
I can hear you quite well, but my hearing's not the best today, Mr. Allen, so don't worry. I'm just going to wait for Councillor Cusack to sit back down and make sure he hasn't lost his battery. Everything good? Okay, I've got the thumbs up. Mr. Allen, you have the floor. Over to your good self. Oh, sorry, Mr. Allen. Just before I do that, I must introduce the application. Members, it's item 5B on your agenda. It's page 63. And Mr. Allen is the presenting officer. And Mr. Allen, you have the floor now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. So this is an application, a reserved matters submission relating to the matters of access, appearance, landscaping, layout and scale for Plot C, which is Phase 2 of Renniker's Greengate Master Plan. So Plot C extends to around 0.65 of a hectare and sits in the northwest corner of the master plan, bounded by the apartment block Abito to the east, Greengate and Trinity Way to the north, and Collier Street and the Grade 2 star listed Collier Street Baths to the west. Site boundary includes parts of Boone Street and Cagle Street, which, in accordance with the master plan, are stopped up and amalgamated into the development plot, but excludes the former Waterloo Hotel pub. Just to the southwest of the site is also the Grade 2 listed Eagle Inn. As members will be aware, Greengate is an area that is experiencing a period of intensive development activity and growth in accordance with the Council's vision for the area set out within the Greengate Regeneration Strategy, or the GRS. This seeks to deliver a dynamic residential and commercial place with exceptional public realm. Former industrial buildings and commuter car parks within Greengate are gradually being replaced by residential-led developments, some of which are completed, such as Greengate and Anaconda Cut, and some of which are currently under construction, including the residence. A hybrid planning permission for the Greengate Master Plan was granted by the Council in March 2020, which included for the clearance and phased redevelopment of 2 hectares of land with a residential-led scheme comprising of just over 1,500 dwellings, along with up to nearly 4,000 square metres of commercial floor space across 3 buildings. The hybrid planning permission included a full element, shown in blue on screen, for the development of Phase 1 on plot HJ, and the delivery of the first section of Greengate Park. Construction is now well underway on this first phase, and in addition, the permission included 2 outline elements for the development of plot C and plot FG. The master plan includes, in accordance with the GRS, a new east-west high-quality boulevard across the site to stitch the development plots together and provide a strategic route across the neighbourhood. In addition, a realigned new Boone Street maintains vehicular and pedestrian movements north-south and separates phases 1 and 3 of the development. In terms of phasing, this reserve matters application has been submitted concurrently with a Section 73 or minor material amendment application for changes to the hybrid permission. That application is to be subject to a separate delegated decision. However, in terms of the content of that application, as originally approved, plot FG, which is coloured green on screen, was to be delivered as the second phase, and plot C as the third. In order to better support construction logistics across the master plan area, plot C is now to be delivered as the second phase. Phase 1, as approved, comprises a 50-storey tower containing 559 dwellings, together with 825 square metres of commercial floor space, and also includes the delivery of the eastern section of the boulevard and the southern section of New Boone Street. In addition, Phase 1 includes delivery by the developer of the first section of Greengate Park, which comprises nearly 2,500 square metres of open space on the site of the former surface car park between Queen Street and King Street. Outline planning permission that was granted for the development of Phases 2 and 3 was subject to an extensive set of parameters, including land uses and footprints and heights, with the approved scale illustrated on screen. And the plan on screen also shows the approved footprint and scale parameters for plot C, including the low-rise 1 to 3-storey podium zones in the lighter shading, and the high-rise zone in the centre, which allows for a tower with a height of between approximately 156 and 162 metres. The proposed detailed layout for the site complies with the approved parameters and the master plan, and includes for the delivery of several significant areas of public realm, including the western end of the boulevard, Collier Square, and the northern section of New Boone Street, which includes a pedestrianised link from Greengate. The main access into the building would be off Collier Square, leading to an extensive lobby and residence lounge with frontages around the building. In addition, at ground floor level, there would be 4 commercial units with access and frontages to the boulevard and Collier Street, including provision of spill-out spaces into the public realm and a terrace fronting New Boone Street. At first floor level, residents would benefit from provision of large communal amenity spaces comprising lounge and co-working spaces, meeting rooms, a games room and gym. And in addition, 2 terraces would be provided, one on the frontage to the boulevard and the second on the frontage to Collier Street, facing towards the baths. The eastern end of the building at this level would comprise units of accommodation with a combination of 2 and 3 bedroom apartments, 2 of which would have private terraces facing onto the boulevard. At second floor level and above, the only proposed uses would be residential, with a mix of 1, 2 and 3 bedroom apartments, and penthouse units would be provided at the top of the tower, comprising 6 3-bedroom dwellings. 3 basement levels would be provided to the building, which would contain 157 car parking spaces, including EV charging spaces, and 8 accessible spaces, together with 6 motorcycle storage bays. In addition, 178 secure cycle parking spaces will be provided in accordance with the Council's UDP policy. Car access will be via Boone Street and a two-way access ramp down to the basement levels, and a segregated cycle access ramp will be provided alongside that car ramp, providing step-free access to the cycle parking on the first level. Although the finer detail of the scale and massing of the development was a matter reserved for consideration under this application, as noted previously, parameters relating to scale and height for Plot C were established and approved at outline stage under the provisions of the hybrid planning permission. And each of the buildings across the master plan is given a similar form, with each tall residential tower set within a lower podium building to the base, which provides definition to the street network below and delivers a human scale to the buildings at street level. In undertaking further detailed design work in preparation for submission of this application, the applicant reviewed the height of the podium at Plot C and determined that a more sensitive and beneficial relationship could be achieved with the adjacent baths and with the new public realm by reducing the height of the western section of the podium to single storey. This reduction in scale has the benefit of further opening up the vista along the boulevard to the baths, creating a greater focal point within the master plan, and is supported by Historic England. The concurrent Section 73 application, which will be subject to that separate delegated decision, includes for a variation of the approved parameters plan within the hybrid permission to accommodate this reduction in scale. The podium then steps up from Collier Square to 2 and 3 storey height along the boulevard, dropping back down to 2 storey height along the east and north elevations. The proposed appearance of the podium has been driven by the design code approved under the hybrid planning permission, together with the desire to ensure that all 3 plots share a common architectural style at street level, providing a cohesiveness to the new neighbourhood. So traditional facing brickwork forms the principal facade material, and a series of brick columns provide the primary rhythm to each of the elevations, with a secondary plane formed by intermediate inset columns. Large areas of glazing along the boulevard and Collier Street frontages create attractive and engaging shop fronts. The tower has been designed as a tall, simple geometric form, and within that overall form, in order to give the perception of breaks to the massing, the tower facade is comprised of stacked layers, separated at 4-storey intervals to create a distinctive repeating visual device. A recessed horizontal black band separates each 4-storey layer, and an irregular grid is then overlaid to amplify the perception of the individual sections. The tower would be clad with a relatively simple material palette of glass and aluminium, with a monochromatic colour scheme of natural and black anodised aluminium finishes, and more intricate detailing would be provided on the purge ventilation panels as shown to the right on screen. The overlaid grid pattern is omitted from the uppermost 4 floors to create a crown at the top of the building and to give the scheme a full tripartite design structure. The facade design strategy and materials are considered to be high quality, and officers feel that the concept presents a unique and distinctive design solution for the tower, whilst also ensuring that the development would read well within the family of buildings being created across the master plan and within Greengate as a whole. The public realm within the master plan has been designed to create attractive routes and spaces for residents and the wider public, and the delivery and maintenance of these new routes through Greengate by the developer represents a significant public benefit of the scheme. Public realm to the south of the building is a pedestrianised route that incorporates a central zone designed for cafe spill-out space and events. And the new Collier Square is proposed to form a focal point and destination within Greengate, framed by Plot C to the north, the Baths to the west and the Eagle Inn to the south, and would meet with the vision for a Collier Street magnet within the council's GRS. The new public space will provide an enhanced, high quality and appropriate new setting for the adjacent heritage assets, and will bring a significant and welcome level of activity and animation to the neighbourhood. To conclude, the proposals comply with the parameters set by the outline planning permission, and officers are satisfied that the development would make a significant positive contribution towards the ongoing regeneration of Greengate in accordance with the council's regeneration strategy, the unitary development plan, relevant policies within the emerging local plan to which weight can be attributed, and the national planning policy framework. The grant of reserved matters consent, as proposed, is reliant on the approval of variations to the phasing and scale parameters within the hybrid planning permission, as are proposed within that concurrent Section 73 application. This is just to allow for the swapping of phasing and for the reduction in height of that podium level opposite the baths. That application is subject to the separate delegated decision, with the permission to be issued upon completion of a new legal agreement to reflect the changes in phasing, and it's therefore recommended that members resolve to grant reserved matters consent, subject to the conditions as detailed in the report, but with the authority given for the decision notice to be issued by officers once that Section 73 permission has been issued separately. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Allen. Thank you so much. Okay, members, just before I bring members of the public in to speak, just to remind you, it's item 5B, and Mr. Welf did email you the planning balance sheet to bring up on your screens, because I know the font's very small, and I don't expect you to go off to Specsavers to buy some new glasses to see that. I'm sure you can get them on your screens. Okay, there's been no objectors to the application, so I don't believe there's anyone objecting in the room. No, okay, we do have the applicant's agents. I think we've got Mrs. Sanderson-Clark. Are you speaking, madam? Oh, fabulous. Mrs. Sanderson-Clark, you have 10 minutes as a bit out the front, so over to yourself whenever you're ready.
I won't use all that time. Hi everyone, my name's Ellen Sanderson-Clark. I'm acting as the agent for Renica, who are the applicant for this application. This application is for the approval of reserved matters and has been brought forward by Renica Build Limited as the next phase of their Greengate Master Plan project. Renica is firmly established as one of the North West's leading property developers with a proven track record in design, build and delivery of high-quality residential-led mixed-use schemes which regenerate complex brownfield sites in highly sustainable locations. As you'll be aware, Phase 1 of the Master Plan is already under construction and Renica is fully committed to continuing the delivery of this scheme, which will set a new benchmark for residential quality and secure major investment and place-based regeneration benefits for the area. Plot C represents the next phase of development of the Greengate Master Plan. These reserved matters proposals are submitted pursuant to the outline planning permission granted in 2020. By bringing Plot C forward as the next phase of development, the proposals also alter the sequencing of development, a move which has been undertaken to support the construction logistics of comprehensively delivering the master plan. The detailed design proposals have been prepared by Dunton Corker Marshall and will create a high-quality building that has its own character but fits well within the emerging Greengate character and other buildings within Renica's Greengate Master Plan. The design is for a glazed tower with a distinctive lightweight appearance and brick masonry podium, aligned along the boulevard which leads to the Collier Street baths. The development will deliver a further 444 new homes across a range of sizes, offering fantastic amenity facilities. The proposals are consistent with the outline planning approvals development parameters, apart from the one-storey reduction that Mr. Allen's already been through. And it offers a 42-storey building plus ground floor and a 3-storey basement, which will accommodate the car, motorbike and secure cycle parking facilities. The proposals have been carefully designed and consulted upon to give full consideration to the heritage assets that surround the site. The podium height has been reduced from the indicative outline proposals to 1-storey adjacent to the Collier Street baths. This results in an improved relationship between the proposals and this important building. The building height is therefore lowest adjacent to the listed assets in accordance with the principles set out in the Greengate Regeneration Strategy and the outline permission. Historic England have also confirmed their support of this approach. A key design driver of the podium has been to create neighbourhood-scale ground floor commercial facilities that will be occupied to create a sense of place and complement the extensive public realm improvements to benefit the wider Greengate community. The brick-articulated facade of the podium with the glazed tower above is also considered to appropriately strike the balance between addressing the street level and contributing to the skyline. Plot C will also see the delivery of the next section of the Greengate Boulevard, ending at the Collier Street baths, as well as a significant proportion of Collier Square, opening up views of the Collier Street baths. Condition 36 on the outline permission requires submission of proposals for the reuse and refurbishment of the Collier Street baths prior to the occupation of Phase 2. These proposals will therefore be worked up concurrently with the construction of Phase 2, which is Plot C, securing the future of this key building within the Greengate Master Plan. The development will be constructed with a material and design specification that exceeds existing and emerging environmental standards with regards to reducing heat loss and minimising energy demand and carbon dioxide emissions, as well as reducing water demand through the specification of water-efficient fixtures. A full suite of application documents, including addendums and updates to the previously approved environmental statement, has been submitted to the local authority and ensured a robust understanding of the key issues. This has led to the proposals gaining the support of the local planning authority and a recommendation for approval. In summary, this high-quality residential development will support the delivery of over 400 much-needed new homes to Salford, encourage activity and vitality to the area, and support the key regeneration objective for the Greengate area. We therefore request the support of Salford City Council and the grant of reserve matters approval. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thank you. Is there anyone else from the applicant's acquisition side? And we don't have any ward councillors members. Thanks, Helen. Okay, colleagues, got your planning balance there. It's a reserve matters application with Councillor Warmsham.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure that you'll remember in the past I've had many clashes with the former lead member for planning over the Greengate master plan. And I'm sure if he was still here, this would be another occasion. I think the paragraph that really jumps out at me is the paragraph on heritage. And I think one of the lines that's there says that the historic character of this area has previously been eroded. And I think it's been eroded by us letting some of the buildings that have gone there and Trinity Way. I think it's ruined the area. And I've got to say, here we have again yet another 44-storey tower block, ruining the Salford skyline, hemming in, if you like, historic buildings such as the Blueprint Gallery, the Eagle, College Street Baths, and it is just changing the whole feel in the area of Greengate. And for me, personally, I don't think it's a change for the better. I think we're losing too many of our historic sites and that historic feel. And I just think something like this just adds nothing to the city. And I've just got to say I'm not happy with it, and I will be opposing it.
Okay. It is a reserve matters, so the principle of it being there has already been set, and it's already there. So, and it meets all of what the principles have been set, all the heights, everything. It even does bring forward what would probably have never happened, right? A way to save the baths is this application. It does trigger that, and that is a huge sum of money and a huge project to bring forward, and this regeneration delivers that. So that there is that. So, but we can't revisit the principle. We're here to
Chair, I know that, but as a proud Salfordian, I have to speak out about my city.
But I can only ask you to give the weight appropriately to the application that the principle has now sailed. Is that okay? Councillor Clark?
We keep doing this, don't we? We keep on looking at beautiful CGIs of shiny buildings, we keep approving them, and then we just look out now, don't we? Just look out at the complete and utter devastation. It's grim. We're blocking out skylines, there's no character, it's the grimmest place on earth. The life just drains out. I look out these windows and the life drains out of me. It is the most depressing view I've ever seen in my entire life. And we keep on doing it. And in generations to come, just like my hometown in Birmingham, they'll stand back and say, what the hell did we do with all this concrete and glass? And we're doing this. It's awful. There's no heritage, as John says. It's just all gone. It's just boring, grim. And I won't be voting in favour of that.
My understanding is that the Greengate Master Plan is to save what was left of the heritage and to celebrate the birthplace of Salford itself. If you go back and look at and that's what this application and this master plan of this application and the principle of it and everything that's been built on. So, I mean, and this application will bring back a green park to Greengate, which was never there in the first place. It will, and that is where one of the first churches was of Greengate, and it's the birthplace of Greengate, and that's all being saved through this planning application by the applicants purchasing what was a graveyard. to make it now into a celebrated park. So, Councillor Hamilton, over to you yourself.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I understand the balance, I understand the principles, and that there's no material consideration here. I think it's just sad to see some of this. I know we're giving back as, you know, you're giving back as well. It's just sad to see, and I know my residents are quite put out, sad, about seeing the area change so drastically. But I understand the balance. I get that. But I'm still not happy because my residents who live around and about are not happy.
You know, I represented Greengate for 15 years, and as I see today, there is not a single objection to this planning application. The residents that I represented back in Greengate, they were very happy about their built environment coming away. They're very excited about having their green park, and they're very excited about the baths having a bright future, and they're very excited about their cultural elements of the studios there, and the Eagle pub being completely focused into the centre of this future regeneration change, which is those listed buildings Councillor Warmisham was talking about. So what the heritage is left will get saved through this master plan and this application. And you just need to remember that before the heritage was lost, in between, Greengate was a car park for Manchester city centre. Is it suffice for Manchester city centre to benefit from leaving Salford as a car park to service Manchester city centre? I don't think that's good enough for any residents of Salford. Councillor Dickman, I've got you. Councillor Cusack next, and then you've got Councillor President, and then Councillor Clark. Councillor Cusack.
Thanks, Chair. I take a very different view from my colleague Councillor Warmisham and Councillor Clark. I think this part of Salford is close to the urban core, and I think this demonstrates that we are becoming a European 21st century city. I think the design standards here are up with some of the highest design standards that I've seen in tall buildings, not only around this country but across Europe. I think the fact that we're preserving some of our local heritage really well here, that we're providing public realm opportunities that wouldn't have occurred otherwise, shows that this is a sensitive development, yet it's a modern development. I think it's something that we should applaud. I think it's a development that will sit well within the city's townscape for generations to come, and I'd like to propose its approval, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cusack. Thank you so much. I've got Councillor Dickman, I've got Councillor President, I've got Councillor Clark, and then we'll go to a vote or something like that. Councillor Dickman.
Thanks, Chair. I do appreciate the concerns that have been raised by Councillor Warmisham and Councillor Clark. I think you mentioned it yourself, like previously, it has just been a car park. I think at least we're providing homes for people to actually live in Salford now, and it's increased the area. And to quote another councillor, we are kind of where we are with the master plan. So I just had a question about the application itself anyway. It states about the car parking facility, which I think is at least a good number of car parks for the size of the building. There's been concerns recently about on-street car parking in other parts of the area and where there hasn't been car parking facilities for residents. But I was concerned by the number of electric car parking points, where there's only 16 out of 157 spaces. So I just wondered if there's anything that can be done in terms of increasing that. I think by the time it's actually built, we're going to be in a different time where there'll be more people who might be living there with electric vehicles. So I was thinking if that can be increased at all.
Thank you, Councillor Dickman. Can I just bring the applicant very quickly? I take it when needs demands, all the car parking spaces can be converted to electric charging, if that would be the future need. Charging, if that would be the future need. Thank you. Our local plan, which ends its examination today, hopefully will be positively received by the inspectorate, and then our EV request will be much higher than it is now, and I believe it will be 100%.
I was just going to say, it does say about that it can be retrofitted. Sorry, it did say that it can be retrofitted, but I just have concerns in terms of once it's built that there's been issues in terms of management companies and original developers and the owners of buildings actually doing work on current buildings, on any kind of work. So have concerns about them actually doing those based on demand in the future. So that's why I was thinking if it's any way they can be increased now.
Yeah, so we can't. It's the realm we can't get to. Or we could, if our local plan's accepted today, or in the coming weeks, then we'll have so much more say over that, and we'll be able to set that for the future rather than relying on the demand pressing the management company to change it, because we'll fundamentally physically have it there before we get to that. So let's hope the inspectorate is happy with our local plan. I should hope so. Councillor Chesedden, Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I've got a specific question which will lead into a more general comment, but I'll start with a specific question. I'm looking at table 2 on page 72 of the original document, where it has the housing mix and also the sizes of the units. And the 3 bedrooms says the minimum unit size is 96 square metres. If I go down 2 pages, there's a schematic of the ground floor where they have 3 bedroom units, clearly labelled as 86 square metres, 83 square metres, and so on. And there's a similar thing with the 2 bedrooms as well. So they are specified as having a minimum size of 68, and I can see ones in here that have sort of 62, 63, I think. Do we know what the true value of the minimum size of those apartments is? Because there seems to be a discrepancy there.
Mr. Allen, what's in the conditions?
Hi there, Chair. So I can see the discrepancy that Councillor Chesedden is sort of picking up there. So the figures in the table have come from a summary provided by the architect of the overall accommodation mix within the scheme. It's possibly a question we may need to put back to the applicant just to clarify and confirm.
Yeah, I will do. Miss Sanderson Clark, would you come forward and help us sort this out? Oh, have we? Oh, great. If we could just find out the true figures here. Can't hear you, Mum.
Hi there, Marie Missel here from Denton Parker Marshall, the architects. I believe that we have targeted the areas mentioned within the tower in particular, but are the areas that you're looking at within the podium apartment?
Sorry, I'm struggling to hear you.
Yeah, you can do. Please, I know it's probably not COVID safe, but by all means you can shout at me. Most people do, so it's okay.
Thank you. I believe that the areas targeted are targeted within the tower itself, and it's possible that the 7 apartments within the podium have maybe had to reduce slightly. So I believe that the areas that we're discussing should fall within the tower. I don't have the plans directly in front of me just now.
Okay, so from my understanding, it sounds like the podium floor is a bit squashed, and the upper floors are back to what we've put here. Mr. Allen, can we clarify that with us?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so I think probably the key takeaway, notwithstanding that there appears to be a slight discrepancy between the information in that table and as shown on the floor plans, is that even at those smaller unit sizes, they would still exceed the 57 square metre target that we set out under our housing planning guidance, which is the relevant marker, I suppose, to be testing it against.
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you so much. So,
Thank you.
from what I heard from Mr. Allen, and I'm very sorry, my ears are not working too well today, but the site standards will be compulsory compliant and over our guidance. Thank you so much for picking out the discrepancy. I really do. But maybe it's just on the one floor, and we'll figure it out. You did say you had some more questions.
Well, the general comment that it was leading to is my feeling as reading through this is that the specifications in the building are just about above the minimum limit that we will accept. In terms of the apartment sizes, they seem to be round about the lower limit of what they should be. Separation distance between buildings, we want minimum 13 metres, this is about 13.8 or something. Just generally everything seems to be right at the margins of what we'd expect. There's very little wriggle room. You know, we want 50% of the apartments to have 2 or more beds. Exactly 50% of the apartments have 2 or more beds, and 90% of those are 2 beds rather than 3. So there's not a lot of margin for error in this. It is about the limit of what we will accept, was my underlying feeling. And one more was about car parking spaces. There seems to be 1 parking space for every 3 apartments here. We'll have buildings next to it that have 1 parking space for every 25 apartments. I just feel as though we could be a little bit more consistent in what we want in terms of parking provision from one building to the next, because some buildings have next to nothing, some buildings are very, very well served, and it just seems to be a little inconsistent about what we want.
Yeah, if you place your policy, you need to meet that policy and a little bit more, and that's the bar we set. So you've got a policy compliant application in front of you. I can't remember exactly what is changing in the local plan around the mix. You'll have to forgive me, but I'm pretty convinced it's getting better in the bar going higher. Right, I get that. Separation distances, yeah, I think the separation distances are set out in the outline. Mr.
Yeah, could you start that? I know obviously we've obviously mentioned about minimum sort of separation distance, but I think what we have to particularly remember is we're trying to create a cityscape here, and ultimately buildings are going to be close to each other, and if we start to impose some of those separation distance, you won't achieve that sort of scale and massing that obviously we want to try and achieve as an overall development. So I wouldn't get too hung up on, well, it's just at the minimum, so it's unacceptable. And I think I know you're not suggesting that, but just be careful about, it's not just a numbers game, it's how it sits within that overall context. And you're right in terms of parking standards, as you appreciate, they are set at a maximum. So that's where, arguably, if you're applying consistency, if you have a maximum, so you can basically have from 0 to the maximum. And I think as time has gone on, I think we've tried to encourage more sustainable modes, you know, more cycling provision, etc. So there will always be some differences in that sort of range, Councillor Treasurer. But from reading comparable developments, you think, well, why isn't it the same? I can understand that. I think we're always continually trying to challenge some of those standards to drive down and increase more sustainable modes. Thank you, Chair.
Is that okay, Councillor Treasurer? Okay. Councillor Clark, sorry.
I was going to agree with you, Ryan. Manchester shouldn't actually benefit from a car park, but equally, I don't want to see Salford turn into Manchester's housing estate, and that's what we're doing with this anemic, no architectural value building. That's what we're doing. That cathedral right there that's architecture. This is just Jenga. They're just like a Jenga. Somebody's just drawn a block and put Jenga on it. It's awful, and I'm not going to go down in history of liking that or approving it.
I honestly don't believe that Salford is going to become the dormitory for Manchester City Centre. We have a very strong culture, a very strong individual identity, and our public realm spaces will celebrate our history of our city in Greengate, and that's what we're intending to do. Our culture is much, much stronger than that, and I believe in what we're delivering is we're going to have a very strong neighbourhood here in Greengate, and it won't be subservient to Manchester City Centre. Okay, members, it's been moved for approval. I'm happy to second the officer's recommendation. Is there any other motions on the table? Okay, members, All in favour of the approval, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? Ladies and gentlemen, the application has been approved. Thank you so much for your attendance. Okay, members, moving right on to item 5C. Mr. Ketley is going to present this application. It's page 5th, sorry, my dyslexia. Page 97 of the agenda. It's not on your amendment sheet. Mr. Ketley, I presume that's your presentation, but I was reading my page. If you go forward and back a sheet. There we go. And Mr. Ketley, I did hear you earlier, but can you hear your good tones again?
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Over to your good self.
Thank you, Chair.
Just
Morning,
one,
everyone.
just one second,
So this application seeks to vary conditions attached to a previous grant of permission for extensions to 7A, the polygon in Eccles, in order to accommodate changes to the materials being used on the external elevations of the house. So this is the application site. It's a former bungalow, and you can see that it's set to the rear or the rear garden of 7, the polygon, with the 2 properties sharing an access. Consequently, there is limited visibility of the application dwelling from the public highway and within the street scene due to its position. The dwellings surrounding the site are generally of a greater scale than the application property, and there is significant variation in their design and appearance. In terms of the external materials, most of the surrounding houses are finished in either brickwork or render. This image shows a view of the application site from the Polygon Highway before work had commenced on extending the property. So in January 2019, planning permission was granted for the erection of front and rear extensions to the property, together with works to raise its ridge height to create living accommodation at first floor level within the roof space. The approved plans are shown on this slide. A condition was attached to the permission requiring the applicant to use materials that match those used in the construction of the original bungalow. We can see here that work on the development is now substantially complete. However, through this planning application, the applicant is applying to use a different material palette for the external elevations of the property. So this application seeks consent to finish the approved extensions and the existing dwelling in a mixture of white render and Staffordshire blue brick, as shown here on the proposed plans. So these are the side elevations of the property. You'll see from the panel report that although the original bungalow was constructed from a light brown brick, officers consider that there is no reason why different external materials cannot be successfully used to create a dwelling that respects the character of the area. So these next 2 slides show that there is a mixture of render and brickwork in the surrounding area. Given also the limited visibility of the dwelling, it's considered that the materials proposed would not result in any harm to the character of the area. Notwithstanding this though, it's also considered that the finished dwelling would appear as a coherent whole and would have a fresh and contemporary appearance as proposed. We have received objections from 6 neighbours, and whilst many of the concerns raised are not relevant to the works for which consent is now sought, they have been set out and summarised for you on page 94 of your agenda pack. Overall, the proposed development is considered to be acceptable and in accordance with the relevant national and local policies, and is therefore recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ketley. Members, can I just bring your attention? Mr. Welf emailed you you're going to get me fed up with me saying this to you. I'm sorry about it. Your planning balance sheet, and it's 5C in that email. Again, it's quite a strain to read that font. So is that okay? But there's no objectors, as you can see yourselves, and there's no supporters. Councillor Guido, do you want to talk to this application? No. Okay, that's fine. Okay, Councillor Cusack.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is a fairly straightforward matter for us. The objections are to do with the original application, which has been approved, This is simply to do with materials. My view is that the change in materials actually represents an improvement. I don't think it's something that we should spend a lot of discussion on, Chair, respectfully, and I'd like to move its approval.
Thank you, Councillor Cusack. Councillor President?
Yes, I was slightly remiss earlier. If it weren't for the officers adding the reason why it came to panel, I wouldn't know why it came to panel, so I just want to say thank you for that, because that's what it's for. And I didn't say thank you earlier on, so, and I'll second the motion to approve as well.
Councillor Cusack's managed to convince me to vote for an application that's changed from brickwork to render. So, I hope this isn't being videoed. Members, it's been moved and seconded for the officers' approval. All in favour of that, please show. Okay, thank you. Councillor Beano, the application has been approved. Thank you so much. Moving right on, members. Unfortunately, members, there's been a logistics issue, and one of the applications was meant to transfer, one of the TEL 56 applications was meant to transfer into this morning's session, as the 9:30 session. Unfortunately, it wasn't advertised as that, it was advertised for 11:30. So I can't hear it until 11:30 because there's an applicant coming and there's objectors coming, and Councillor Green was just very early for that application. So we're going to move to item item 6. Are you happy to approve the delegated decisions? We'll get that out of the way because you'll be tired later. And then we've got an application for planning appeals. And it looked like it was a house extension, a two-storey down there, and it was refused. And the inspector agreed. And okay, it's anything to add to that, Mr. Stevenson, Mr. Ketley?
Hi, Chair. I can pick this item up. Like you say, it was a two-storey side extension, which we refused for 3 reasons, including potential terracing effect, the unbalancing effect caused by the roof design, and parking. The inspector agreed with us on 2 of the 3 items. Just to note that the element that they didn't quite agree with us, the amount of hard standing left to the front, I think, was about 4.5 metres deep, and they concluded that you may still be able to get a small car on that frontage to the property, and if you couldn't, it was felt that insufficient evidence had been presented to kind of demonstrate that there would be a significant adverse impact on street parking in the area. So it just sort of, I guess, reiterates that there is quite a high bar there in terms of being able to kind of prove impact on highway safety for individual house extension applications such as this.
Thank you, Mr. Ketley. It just gives you a little insight, members, into the officer's thinking, and that there's a lot of applications that we don't see in front of this panel, and as you can see, applications go through a full review, and when officers feel like it's not right, they do what we would do. Is that okay?
I know that's just to say that, like the debate that happens here, Chair, we have the same debates between officers around some of these things as well, Chair. It's important to do so.
Good. Yeah. Okay. So, are you happy to receive the item 7, the planning appeals? Is that okay? Okay. Mr. Williams, would you stop the live stream, and we're going to return at 11:30. And I'm about to get told off by all my members for timing a terrible meeting. And there's Good morning and welcome to Salford City Council Planning Panel. My name is Councillor Ray Mashter and I'm Chair of the Planning Panel. Given the pandemic, only elected members need to be physically present in meetings to make decisions. So officers of the Council can join remotely. The planning officers presenting items today on this agenda will do so remotely. There are 3 officers to help the panel today who are present physically. There's Mr Hodgson, who's the lead officer for development management in the city. There's Mr Relf, who's a member of the Committee Services, Democratic Services team, and there's Miss Wright, who's also from the Democratic Services team. So that's okay. Every other officer presenting today will come through remotely. Okay. This meeting's being streamed live. As you heard, Mr Williams just started that stream for us. The only ask is if you do intend to film or photograph the proceedings, can you do so in such a way as not to stop other members of the public feeling that they can speak freely? Is that okay? Thank you. And further, my last request is, would you be so kind to adhere to the COVID-safe protocols that are in place in this building? I'll be very grateful. Thank you. Okay, over to the order of business. First, the officers will present the submission to the panel. Second, any registered objectors will be invited to speak. Third, any registered applicants or applicants' agents will be invited to speak. Fourth, any registered councillors, MPs or MPs' representatives will be invited to speak. I'm going to allow 10 minutes for both sides. I do see there's numbers of speakers here, so we'll have a conversation about that when we get to each application. And then that will be an equal amount of time for both sides. And elected representatives and MPs' representatives and MPs will get 5 minutes each. Is that okay? From then, we'll close from your good selves and we'll open up the debate with the members of the panel. During that time, we'll solely focus on material planning grounds against the aims of the City Council's local and the government's national planning policies. Finally, a decision will be made on those material planning grounds, and I'll invite members of the panel to vote. If there is a motion contrary to officer's recommendation, then before any vote is taken, a senior officer, that will be Mr Hodgson, will be asked to advise the panel of the merits of that motion. Finally, we'll move to that vote, and we will all vote at the same time. If there's a tie, either chair will have a further casting vote to decide the application. I do hope that's clear. Ladies and gentlemen, decisions will be made today. Those decisions may or may not please everybody, but I'd like to feel that you feel when you leave this room that you had a fair and equal hearing right throughout the proceedings. Thank you so much. Okay, Mr Relf, would you be so kind to read out who is present around the planning table this morning?
Yeah, we have Councillors Clark, Cusack, Warmasham, Mashiter, Hamilton, Neil Reynolds, Dickman and Tressedon.
Okay, so Councillor Dickman is currently sat with the public. So I've got 7 votes around the table at the moment. Is that okay? Okay, members. As we said earlier this morning at the first session, the agenda is slightly changed around a bit. So the first application in this session will be 5H, then it will be 5I, then it will be 5D, then 5E, and 5F, and 5G. I believe that to be correct. So it's item 5H first, members, and item 5H is on page 133. And it's your amendment sheet, page 1. Mr Ketley, I believe you're presenting?
It's me, Chair, Mr Stevenson.
Sorry, Mr Stevenson. I have your name written in this box here, and I've gone and read Mr Ketley. I can hear you loud and clear, Mr Stevenson. Can you go forward a page and back a page, just make sure it's working? There you go. You have the floor, Mr Stevenson. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Members will be aware that we've got 6 items on the agenda this morning, all from the same applicant and all for the same proposal, albeit in different parts of the city. So what I thought I'd do is, first of all, give a general introduction to all the applications before drilling into the detail of each application. Of course, there'll be a vote on each individual application based on the merits of each individual siting. So yeah, these applications are brought forward by a company called IX Wireless. They are not a mobile operator such as Vodafone or EE the members are used to seeing. This is a high-speed broadband provider. So most properties at the moment have fibre optic, or many properties have fibre optic to their property or close to their property, which are run underground. This operator is rolling out a network where the fibre optic is above ground, connected via 8-metre high telegraph poles in the main. That network is supplemented by small Wi-Fi distributors, which have a 1 kilometre range. to get the signal in the main to receivers within properties. So that's what this proposal is all about. It's about rolling out high-speed fibre optic cable and high-speed broadband to properties. The applications are not full planning applications. They are what are called prior approval applications, that being the principle of what's proposed is already accepted, and we're restricted in our consideration to the siting and appearance of these structures. Now, you'll see from the report that there are two key considerations for each of these 6 applications. First of all, the government's policy position on this, and if I can draw members' attention, first of all, to the bottom of page 130, which is on this first item, you'll see there the text from the National Planning Policy Framework where it explains that advanced high quality and reliable communications infrastructure is essential for economic growth and social well-being, and planning policies and decisions should support the expansion of electronic communications networks, including next generation mobile technology such as 5G and full fibre broadband connections such as this application before us. And the benefits of high-speed broadband are obvious with people using more TV apps nowadays, Netflix, Amazon Prime, 4K content, and also things such as this home working and video conferencing. So the benefits are quite clear, and that's why government policy is very, very strong in this area. The other point to note here is that the majority of these proposals don't require any consent from the local authority at all, and it's only because there's an antenna which makes up the top 2 metres of these proposals before members that actually requires prior approval for siting and appearance. And because the applicant's intention is to install these structures in any case, the consideration really for these applications is whether the additional 2-metre mast on top from a siting and appearance perspective is so significant that it warrants refusal. So consideration really needs to be focused on the appearance of these and whether they would or would not form an incongruous installation within the street because of that extra 2 metres. So that was just a general introduction. Hopefully that will help me reduce the need to repeat myself through some of these presentations, but I'll take you through this first one, which is before you at the moment. So it's at the junction of Chadwick Road and Devonshire Road in Eccles. This is the location here. You can just see the red mark on the plan. The star that I've put on the plan here also shows the location of the mast, and you can see the sort of scale of the properties around this particular installation. So this is the proposal. We've got some cabinetry at ground level. We've then got the structure up to here, all of which can be erected without any consent from the authority at all. And then we've got this 2-metre mast on top, which in effect is what consent is being sought for today. So this is a photograph of the siting of where the installation would go. This just shows the representations that we've received on the application. So blue squares are those people who we've notified but have not made comment on the application. The red triangles are those people who live close to the site who've objected to the application. In total, there have been 9 properties, many of which are further afield from the site. Also objections from Councillor August and Rebecca Long-Bailey MP. So in terms of the planning balance, the structure is of significant height. It is higher than most of the infrastructure along the street in this area, but it is relatively slim. There is a significant fallback with the first 13 metres can and, according to the applicant, will be installed in any case. And given the strong policy support and significant community benefits from improved community networks, this application has been recommended for approval, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Stevenson. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to the objectors. I have a Mrs Cowell-Boyce, who I believe is speaking on behalf of Miss Carla Pasiero, and I've got a Mr Amir Ahmed who's wishing to speak. Is that the people who are wishing to speak on this application? So that's okay. So you've got 5 minutes each. Who's going first? Mrs Boyce. Thank you. Thanks, Owen. Thank you. Mrs Boyce, you have 5 minutes. Over to you, good self, whenever you're ready.
I can hardly hear you right there. I can only hear you over there.
Oh, okay. You have 5 minutes. Whenever you're ready, please do get started.
Okay. So I am presenting this on behalf of a resident just around the corner from the proposed site. She has lived there for 23 years. And she has some questions, which is if the 13-metre pole was installed and the planning permission wasn't passed for the extra 2-metre mast, what then would happen to the pole? Would that remain? The applicant under neighbourhood notification states that 68 neighbouring occupiers have been notified of the application. Who did these letters go to? Did the letters go to the flats opposite the proposed site? So far, I have found no residents who received a letter. I went to the flats on the 15th of December during lunchtime, knocked on some doors, 27 doors altogether. 8 people answered, none of them had had a letter at all, and 7 of them would have objected. So that was just a quick poll. Therefore, it shows that if they had been informed, there would have been many more objections to this proposal. Question, what does the term sensitive area mean? No explanation is given other than no heritage assets being found in the vicinity. What is this in terms of area, the area near or surrounding a particular place? Eccles has heritage buildings nearby. They're not listed buildings, but they are heritage buildings. The visual impact, if you drive or walk down Chadwick Road, would be of an alien object to the area. There is nothing like it nearby, and who would want such a large object to view from their home? The area, by the way, is already well serviced for internet connection. The character of the area would be completely changed for all who live and work there. The pole mast would be visible to all the flats front and side to the houses at the top of Devonshire Road. It's not for the applicant to say how those people use their properties. It's not just window views as suggested, because they leave their property, enter their property, and they want to enjoy their garden space. When people go out in their garden, they expect to see their garden gnomes, not a monstrous structure that requires you to put your head back to see the top. The footfall survey, when was that carried out? Because that road is very well used. It's a residential road and the mast should not be sited there. Pole masts are suitable for retail parks and Trafford Park, not a residential area such as this. Eccles is already known for low cost and affordable housing. This does not mean that people don't care about their immediate environment. House prices do matter, clearly not to the applicant or the planning department, but they do to the occupiers of the properties. Who would buy a house with that mast in your garden view? I would ask the planning panel consider that a mast like this might be erected right outside your house, and you do the right thing today and reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Boyce. Thank you so much. Mr. Ahmed. Oh, fabulous.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Mr. Ahmed. You have your 5 minutes whenever you're ready, Mr. Ahmed. Is that okay?
Thank you very much. Just a brief introduction first, who I am. My name is Amir Ahmed. I'm the Community Development Officer for an organisation called the Yemeni Community Association. We're based on Gladstone Road. I'm also the chair for the Muslim Forum. We serve Orbain communities within the Salford area, mainly within Eccles, Winton and Barton. We serve approximately 1,500 people. We recently received an award from For Housing for doing vaccinations for 350 people who were marginalised. So it just shows our impact and what we have, our impact in the area. My first objection is that our community, they lack in English skills, they lack in digital skills, they're on the borderline of poverty, so they don't have access to the internet. If they're receiving a complex letter in English, how are they meant to understand that letter? That's the first thing. The appeal process, the objection process, you have to log in, you have to sign your credentials, you have to verify your email. If people don't have the skills in internet and English, how are they meant to put an objection in place? I've also knocked on every door on Devonshire Road, and out of 33 homes, 25 people objected to this application. 8 people did not answer the door. My one question, I'm hoping I can get a response from yourself. On the image previously, there was a red triangle on 35 Devonshire Road. What does the red triangle signify? If someone's able to give me a quick response, I can give you.
We'll do that right way through. Mr Stevenson, the red triangles.
Their objections, Chair.
Could you just say that again, Mr Stevenson? It's very loud in here now. So.
Red triangles represent properties where objections have been received from, and the blue squares are properties where we've received no written communication, but we've notified them of the application.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but that's fine. I just thought it was the other way around. That's fine. In addition to all these poor delegation with the community members, which I think is very poor, you know, I'm strongly working towards better equality in Salford, and this is one of the equality issues that I am raising currently, and I have invited the head of planning to come and demonstrate how is this going to make it more equal for our community, with no response. In addition to that as well, Salford is wanting to become a city of sanctuary, wanting to invite people, you know, from refugee status, asylum status, and people to, you know, for it to become more equal. So I do think there's a massive issue here. The people that we serve, like I told you before, we serve over 1,500 people. I've knocked on every door on Devonshire Road. The majority of the residents have objected. The ones who didn't answer, I couldn't get an answer from them. So there is a very poor communication here in regards to the delegation to the community members. There obviously is the visual impact, the site selection, and I'll let the councillors and the MPs explain that more, but that's mainly for myself.
Thank you for your submission, Mr. Ahmed. Mr. Ahmed, I will be in touch with you in the new year. I think we could do some work together on this. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Helen. I'm going to close on the objective side for this particular application now and move on to the applicants and applicants' agencies. Is there anybody else who's objecting wishing to speak? No? Okay then. I do have the applicants and applicants' agents in the room, I believe. Mr. Anna Kay? Ms. Kay, are you wishing to speak?
Yes, it's whether you want me to speak on each case.
Yes, please. It's you have a 10-minute section, so it's perfectly it's perfectly at your discretion if you wish to speak or not. And, we want to hear all sides of the argument. That's the major thing. Mrs. Kay, over to your good self whenever you're ready. You have 10 minutes, by the way. Is that okay?
Okay. I'm Joanne Kay. I'm the planning manager for IX Wireless. And obviously we have read all the officers' reports for each of the sites here and agree with the reasoning behind it, but sort of wanted to come just to give you a little bit of background to the company and the service that will be offered. Our network is ultra-fast, gigabit capable, and the broadband combines full fibre and cutting-edge wireless technologies that enables fast rollout with minimal disruption to communities in terms of civils work. Because all the network is above ground, we're not digging up all the streets. This is achieved by connecting users wirelessly to our full fibre distribution network using low-powered radio devices supported by poles. The radio devices, so these are the antenna at the top of the poles, use the 5 gigahertz spectrum, which is the same spectrum used by home wireless routers and many public Wi-Fi services. A single mass location can connect customers within a 1 kilometre radius and will service more than 1,000 premises. And creating our local access network wirelessly removes the need for local access network to be deployed using physical aerial fibre supported by wooden telegraph poles. We firmly believe that the network will provide significant benefits to the residents of Salford, and not only will the service offer increased consumer choice, but the services will be competitively priced and offer real value for money. Presently, the 100 meg service, which is guaranteed speed rather than average or up-to speed, is priced at only £21.99 per month and is considerably faster than Salford's current median speed of 27 megs. Not only is it comparable with the Salford's sort of favoured, most popular provider, Virgin Media. They offer around 70 megs at the minute, whereas we're offering 100, but their packages start from £28 a month, rising to £52 a month. BT starts at £27.99 a month, but only guarantees a speed of 18 megs. So at a time when Ofcom has reported that over 2 million people are struggling to pay their telecommunication bills, we believe that our network will deliver real value to the residents of Salford and offer savings of over £144 over a typical contract length. Furthermore, the services will be offered to those in the community with poor credit ratings that are perhaps excluded from contracts with other providers. In addition to the service offered to residents and also businesses, what IX Wireless does is offer internet for all, and it dedicates 20% of the network to digital inclusion and social inclusion initiatives. So that is free service from 20% of the bandwidth. So by way of example, an initiative in Blackburn, we provided free home internet to over 150 school children during the pandemic, whose homes had previously been without internet, to enable them to participate in online learning. We are already engaged in constructive dialogue with Salford's Digital Inclusion Officer to explore the differences that we can make to Salford.
Thank you, Mrs. Kay. Thank you so much. Okay, I believe I've got Councillor August here for this item. Is there any other members, any other councillors here? No, that's great, thank you, Councillor. And I've got Rebecca Long-Bailey MP for this section too. Hi, Becky. Okay, Councillor August, your 5 minutes. Is that okay?
I might have to talk very fast because I've got a lot to say. Just like that, yeah. My fellow councillor, Nathaniel Tete, could not be here today because of work commitments, but he completely agrees with what I'm saying. And I'd like to reiterate Mr Ahmed's comments about the lack of proper consultation with the community. As lead member for Equalities, I find it very disappointed, and I'm glad to see it's something we can work on in the future. I'm also disappointed by the images provided by the applicant in this report, and you'd be forgiven for thinking this mast was being installed next to a fence, when in fact it's next to a house, and I've got a picture, if that's okay.
Yes, you did send us some pictures. Mr Stevenson, could we have those pictures up? Mr Williams, would you maximise the screen? So thank you so much.
Yeah,
sorry,
it would actually be right next to this house in front of the sole window on that side. The drawings also fail to show the true scale of what is being proposed here, so I thought I'd share an image with you, it's the next picture, of the same mast installed by the same applicant in Blackburn as she mentioned. As you can see, what we're talking about here towers above homes and is double the height of the lampposts. It's an eerie monolith above the existing skyline. And the applicant also just talked about significant community benefits. But this mast is not going to improve connectivity in the area. The research hasn't been done. It's not 70 meg in this area. This area already has some of the highest speeds in the city. 1 gig, that's 1,000 meg available in this area already. This is here to provide competition and line providers' pockets with money. We are not here to do what is best for companies. We're here to do what's best for our residents. So do not allow this narrative of improving infrastructure to sway you. I am deeply concerned by the pressure this applicant has attempted to put on the council by implying that these masts are a fait accompli, a done deal because the first 13 metres are under permitted development and they only need the final 2 because of the antenna. So there isn't much point in stopping them. I say we stand up to this sort of rhetoric and call their bluff. Let's see if they would still build that mast if they weren't allowed to do the top. And if they do, well, 13 metres is still better than 15 because a 15 is too tall. We should not be approving applications based on inevitability, but what is best for our residents. DES 1 states, development will be required to respond to its physical context, respect the positive character of a local area in which it is situated, and contribute towards local identity and distinctiveness. I won't expand on that much more because of what I and the residents have already said. Sorry, that was DES 1. DES 1 adds, proposals for telecommunications development will be permitted providing that their impact would be acceptable with respect to, amongst other things, the rationale and justification for site selection have been set out and evidence provided that opportunities have been considered for mass site/sharing and locating equipment on existing buildings and structures. The application shows no regard for site selection Where some providers show maps and discuss other sites, this one barely provides a sentence. There is no evidence whatsoever of any regard to locating this mast elsewhere. They appear to have simply dropped pins across the city and said, that'll do. In fact, that's what they've done across GM. These applications are a cut and paste job, so badly done that they all still mention Oldham in them. It's a further display of arrogance that this is a done deal, so why bother? It's disrespectful to our city, our residents, and to the process. Why bother? Because these are the rules. Panel, both Bolton and Trafford councils have rejected applications from this provider. They stood up to their tactics, and I urge you to do the same on the basis of Dev 1 and Des 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor August. Thank you so much. Okay, Rebecca Long-Bailey, MP. Thank you. Hi, Rebecca. How are you? You all right?
I'm fine, thanks. You?
Well, thank you. You have your 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thanks very much, and thanks for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. Again, like the speakers that have gone before, I'm speaking on behalf of numerous residents who can't speak for themselves, who haven't been able to put in objections, but are clear that the proposals as they stand would cause significant harm to the character and appearance of the area. Now, as you'll know, and as you've seen from Councillor August's fantastic presentation, the proposed site is a pleasant and busy residential street. It's next to a 7-foot concrete wall and adjacent to 2-storey red brick residential properties with slate and tile roofs and opposite a 4-storey block of flats. Now, the proposed site's also on a footpath of a long straight carriageway, which is a busy thoroughfare for both vehicles and pedestrians, giving a long view of the monopole from a vast distance. The street lighting columns are below half the height of the proposed monopole, which is right next to 35 Devonshire Road. As you've seen, the proposed mast is going to be right next to the window. And also properties on Devonshire Road, both sides of Chadwick Road, will also have windows which directly look at the proposed monopole. Now, as I'm sure you'll realise, in such a dense residential setting, a 15-metre mast would be a prominent and large feature in the street. It would tower markedly above any other street furniture, as well as over the roofs of the street's buildings, other than the flats where it'd actually be in direct view of their windows. Now, as a result, the mast would sit starkly against the skyline. It'd be visible over a wide area, particularly all the way down a straight road that is Chadwick Road, and the visual impact would be increased significantly by the large antenna head frame and the much greater width of the mast relative to other street features. So therefore, due to the scale of the mast and its location in relation to 35 Devonshire Road, it would be a visually obtrusive feature which would be detrimental to the character and appearance of the area overall, and particularly to nearby properties. Now, as you've heard, and I firmly agree, that present proposals are contrary to the relevant policies and valid material considerations, such as those outlined in the Salford Unitary Development Plan, specifically DES1 and DEV1. On the issue of site selection, there is no technical information provided to justify the choice of the site over other locations, and there is no list of alternatives provided at all. As Councillor August said, it seems a pin has been dropped on a map without any consideration for how that will affect the wider community. Now, it's understandable to panel members that there's going to be some concern over how to proceed on cases like this. They're new, they haven't gone to appeal, there isn't any case law on them, so I understand that there might be some hesitancy about today's decision. But I would say similar cases have been refused in Greater Manchester. Bolton refused application 12031/21 opposite Astley Bridge Legion on Belmont Road, and they stated that the proposed 15-metre high mast with antenna and cabinet at base would appear as wholly incongruous and dominant feature that would appear as cluttered and out of scale with its surroundings, contrary with policy CG3 of Bolton's core strategy and the National Planning Policy Framework. They also refused application 12032/21 which was the pavement adjacent to 40 Beverley Road, stating again that the proposed 15-metre mast structure and supporting antennae and fibre cable, together with associated radio housing cabinets, would appear as wholly incongruous and dominant feature that would be harmful to the residential setting and would be out of scale with its surroundings. Both are similar cases to the ones that you're going to hear today, specifically this one. So I hope that that provides full confidence that you can object and reject this planning application today. If it was good enough for councillors in Bolton to object to that planning application that they had before them, then frankly, it could be done in Salford today. And I hope that that's what you do, and that the applicant looks at more suitable sites across the city, working closely with the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you so much. Okay, Councillor Cruz, I do see it. Members, I just have to do due diligence, and I've got Councillor Clark. Members, this is item 5H. You will have a lot of eye strain to see the text on the planning balance sheet. So, as I pointed out in every application earlier, that Mr. Welf did email out to the planning balance sheet for each application, and application 5H is on that. So, if you could bring it up on your screen so you can read it, I'd be very grateful. Is that okay? Okay, on to the debate. Councillor Cusack, Councillor Clark, anybody else? No, Councillor Cusack.
Thank you, Chair. I agree in principle with everything that Councillor August and our MP Rebecca Lunn-Bailey has said on these. I think these are inappropriate in the street scene. I think they're in the wrong locations. I don't think the application has been seriously considered in terms of siting. However, I do think that there is an issue here of permitted development rights under the 2015 General Permitted Development Order. And I'm seeking clarification here. If the majority proportion of these, or all of them, are in fact permitted development, then I believe that as a local authority we should be making strong representations to government against the continual erosion of planning powers in this country. It's getting to the state where it's pretty obvious that, in my view, that this government does not consider communities as well as it should be doing. It's obvious that communities are against these towers. They are intrusive, they're a nuisance, they're unpopular, and nobody likes them. To that point, though, about permitted development, I would like some clarification, Chair. The application states that it is a 15-metre mast structure supporting antennae, but the description further down describes it as a 13-metre pole. I'd like to know which it is. It's either one or the other, it can't be both. The antenna on top of a 13-metre pole or a 15-metre pole. If it's a 2-metre antenna, then I'm not sure that the planning balance slide is correct, and I'd like some clarification on that as well. My reading of Part 16A1 of the 2015 General Permitted Development Order is that where it says 13 metres, it should say 15 metres, as the order states. So, clarification, please, on both what the order states and what the planning balance slide should say, and on the height of the poles in the applications.
Mr. Stevenson, did you hear all that?
Chair, yes.
Okay.
Do you want to come in now?
Please.
So I've got the slide up of what's proposed for this, as well as the other 5 applications. The total height of the structure is 15 metres. At this point here, it's 13 metres. And what you can see from the applicant's text is what they've said is the height of the pole without antenna support structure is 13 metres. Now, in terms of permitted development, you can erect electronic communications equipment up to a height of 15 metres without needing prior approval consent. but where you introduce radio equipment, that needs prior approval. So if this was a 15-metre pole without any antenna on, that 15-metre pole would be permitted development. In this case, they're showing a 13-metre pole with a 2-metre antenna on top. So what we're saying is that the 13 metres, the pole bit, is permitted development, but the antenna includes the 2-metre support with it, and therefore that is the element which triggers this into being prior approval. So insofar as the planning balance slide is concerned, that is accurate.
So for me, the question is the 2-metre antenna on top of this development pole okay in planning terms, in the belief of this planning panel? That's where the question is.
I'm sorry, Chair, I'm still not clear on the answer here. The planning application says a proposed 15-metre mast structure supporting antennae. It doesn't say a 13-metre mast structure supporting antennae. If it's a 13-metre mast structure, then it's the wrong planning application. The second point is, with the 13 metres, I don't understand how it can be permitted development at 13 metres, because Part 16, A1 of the 2015 order states, as far as I can see, 15 metres, not 13 metres. So I don't see how the planning balance sheet can be right.
Mr. Stevenson, could we clear this up? Is that okay?
Yeah, it's up to 15 metres for electronic communications, which is permitted development. I mean, the scheme is what it is before you, and I've explained which bit is the pole. And now the reason why this is classified as electronic communications equipment and not radio equipment is because it has a dual purpose. Part of the purpose is to carry the fibre optic cable, which is also part of the applicant's network. And because it's carrying that network, legal advice has been sought. David Mann, the QC's advised the applicant, and we've reviewed it ourselves. And because it's carrying that cable, they could erect that structure under permitted development because it sits within the definition of electronic communications.
Does that help, Councillor Cusack?
Not particularly, Chair, but I'm not going to pursue it any further.
It has caused quite a conversation, this, within officers' ranks, and that's why they're going to get that legal advice to understand what is what and what is not. And so
I'm trying to get to whether permitted development is 13 metres in this case or 15 metres in this case. I believe it's 15 metres in this case.
Okay, I'll move forward. Is that okay? Still, okay, we'll come back to that. I'll shake my head and see what falls out of it. Councillor Clark.
I won't go back on what I feel about detrimental street scene and these things because they are a blot on the landscape. But what I'm more concerned about is the presentation by the applicant was cherry-picking factual information. As Shamina's already mentioned, Salford has an average speed now you can get from 5 and 900 megabits a second. Every premises in Salford, residential streets, either has a telegraph pole with a fibre on it or a ducted network to a chamber. There is no need for this. That we've got the technology. Openreach is unbundled. Any provider can use BT fibres. I've just Googled one of the addresses. You can get 150 meg service for about £25 a month. So I don't see the need for this. This is just them circumventing using BT Openreach's unbundled infrastructure. It's not needed, and I think we need to take a look at it if we actually do need these things. And they're a blot on the landscape, and I can't see any reason that the community should be put there. You're telling me that we've got a street where you've got BT fibre underground, and then they're going to stick poles all the way down the street to get an overhead to somebody's house who doesn't need it? It's ridiculous. So we need clarification. We shouldn't hear from an applicant not factual correct information. And what we got today was what they were describing was the old world of ADSL copper circuits, which have gone now in Salford. The government spent billions of pounds unbundling BT and providing fibre for the country. And we've got it, and we should be using it, not sticking monstrosities on people's street corners.
Yeah. I hear your sentiments, Councillor Clark, but this panel's not here to do the rights and wrongs of the telecommunications industry, and it's not here to regulate that at all. And it's quite clear from the MPPF it's not there to do that. This panel is here to decide if this poll's sighting in appearance is appropriate. That's what we're here to decide. So we're not here to decide the need, and we're not here to decide the industry. We are here to decide if the sighting and appearance of this pole is appropriate at 15 metres, 2 metres antenna, which I believe is the only bit that needs planning permission. So if that piece of antenna, that 2 metres, has pushed us over the boundary, or it shouldn't be sighted and the appearance is so harmful to the area, that's what you should be deciding, not the rights and wrongs of the industry.
No, but if somebody attends this panel and presents something to us for us to make a decision on, it should be correct. It should be correct. And I'll go back to this.
I'm sorry, it's not for you to take materially into account, so you just have to just ignore it. It's that simple. It's not for us to regulate. I'm sorry, we are here to regulate the sighting and appearance of this.
Sighting and appearance, it's inappropriate, it's a blot on the landscape, and I won't be voting in favour of it.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Thank you. Councillor President.
Thank you. Before I make myself unpopular, I'll have a couple of questions. This is the Chadwick Street application, correct?
Yeah.
It's the Chadwick Street. If I can refer to some of the other applications, so the box is 1/2 metre deep, the pavement is 2 metres wide, and so Chadwick Street is narrowed by 1/2 metre to 1.5 metres. In the other applications, the same width pavement with the same box on it seems to narrow the pavement to 1.25 metres, which is again a bit of a discrepancy. The reason I ask is because 1.5 seems to be some threshold by which it falls under some, it crosses some threshold. So I'm a bit confused as to why the same size box can narrow the same size pavement by 2 different amounts.
Okay.
And a related question is, can someone tell me what inclusive mobility 3.1 happens to be, please?
Inclusive mobility, thank you.
I have other questions, but we'll start with that one.
Okay. Councillor President, we must be careful not to be looking at other applications while considering this application. It's the merits of this application only that we should be considering. But what I will do is I'll get into the background of how this has been determined that it is not overtaking too much of the pavement in that way and how that is adjudicated. And I will do that for you. And also inclusive mobility, a definition of that. I'll do my very best. Is that okay? Mr. Clements?
I don't think he's with us anymore, Chair. I think the feeling was that the highways matters were so straightforward that they wouldn't be needed.
Okay, Mr. Stevenson, could you tell us how I'm sure you've had a good conversation with your highways colleagues. So what sits behind how it's determined for a piece of street furniture to be okay in highways terms, which they have a piece of legislation with?
Yeah, I mean, it's about the movement of people, and some people have pushchairs, some people are in wheelchairs, and the ability to move around on the footpath network. There is an absolute minimum requirement for 1.25 metres and a recommended minimum of 1.5 metres to allow that, and that must be baked into the inclusive mobility document referred here. The Highways Authority have reviewed this, and for this particular application, they've said that it would retain 1.5 metres. That may be because it's tight up to the back of the footpath and perhaps there's no space behind it. But ultimately, if you imagine somebody walking down the street, given this is a slightly busier route than some of the other applications before us, but it's a very small installation, and so the inconvenience of being able to navigate around it while you've still got 1.5 metre footway, while there may be an oncoming pedestrian coming the other way, is unlikely, and therefore the Highways Authority's view is that this wouldn't cause a severe impact in terms of how the highway would be used by pedestrians, and from that point of view they don't feel that a reason for refusal could be justified.
Is that okay, Councillor President? Yeah, great. Councillor Hamilton, then I've got Councillor Warmsham. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is over the boundaries of appearance and on site, and I'm happy to refuse it. Move it.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Thank you. Councillor Warmsham.
Yeah, so can I just have the photograph up again of Chadwick Road and the property itself and where the box is going to be placed? Yeah. So if you put the box and the tower there, is that not just giving you a stepping stone to get over the fence easier, which can then give, you know, crime and be able to break into somebody's house? And I just think it's totally wrong. And I would support Councillor Hamilton's proposal to refuse.
Okay, I've heard the sentiments of the panel, and so and clearly no one's happy about the sighting of it and also the appearance of the mast. Apart from one member who's put their hand up.
I don't have huge objections to the size or the sighting. And while I've got the microphone, I will agree with Councillor Cusack. I think permitted development rights tie council's hands enormously, not just over masts, also over various conversions of office buildings into apartments, etc., etc. I think that is a bad thing for the council. I will also agree with Councillor August in that citing the masts here is about competition, but I will disagree that increasing competition is not usually a bad thing. It gives people choice and it tends to push prices down. And if the worry is about funneling profits into someone's pocket, I would say that without more competition, you're simply funneling profits into the same pocket. So I disagree with that. As far as height's concerned, on the photo, every street has street lamps all the way down it. There are poles at regular intervals of about 6 metres. There are various telegraph poles taking phone cables in. They're not as tall, but they're still poles, and by and large you ignore them. You don't even notice them. And under the permitted development rights, my understanding is that the applicant, if they wanted to, could install a 15-metre pole without any approval required from us. The reason it's a 13-metre pole is because they need 2 metres to put a 2-metre antenna on top. So that we can have a 15-metre pole with no approval needed, or a 15-metre mast, which would require approval. So I don't have huge objections to it, to be honest.
Sorry, Councillor Newton. I did ask at the very beginning to allow people to speak freely in the room. Heckling people is not within that equation, please. Is that okay? Councillor Cusack.
So, sorry to labour this, Chair. We've got the planning balance screen up now, and it states quite clearly that the first 13 metres of the structure would not need planning permission. I'd like to know where the 13-metre figure comes from, because I've got the section A1 of the legislation on my screen in front of me, and I can only see reference to 15 metres being permitted. And how I vote on this depends on whether this is permitted development or not. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Mr Stevenson, did you get Councillor Cusack there?
The Chair, yes. The figure in legislation is 15 metres. It's up to 15 metres. What I'm simply saying here is that it's a matter of interpretation as to what is a pole and what is a radio mast antenna. Now, there is an argument, you know, that they could put, as Councillor Tresidder has just said, a 15-metre pole here, which would not need planning permission, would not need any consent from the local authority. All I'm doing is interpreting this drawing to say that the pole stops at 13 metres as per their own annotation, and that the radio mast itself is not only made up of the antennae on the top, but it's made up of the supporting structure there. So that's why I'm making reference to 13 metres being put up without permission. They could come in with a different structure, which was a pole up to 15 metres, and then just add on the antennas after that. Then I'd be quoting 15 metres, but that's where it comes from. But the point is, they could go to 15 metres without radio antenna, and that would not need any consent.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Councillor Cusack.
Thank you for that clarification. I've got it. However, the term mast is defined in the order. It tells you what it is meant by a mast.
The pavements are for people, not paraphernalia, and we're in a very, very awkward situation now that we're going to fill our pavements up with mast after mast, and we've got to look at it. It's not suitable to put on pavements. If you've got a person who's visually impaired, they've got no clue that that thing's there, because there's no textured surface to warn that they're coming up against it, and it's a hazard for motorists, a static object you can hit. We've all grown up used to short 7.5 metre telegraph poles. We've grown up with that and street lighting. But these are huge structures now, massive structures on street corners. They're ugly because they're not wood, are they? I mean, at least a telegraph pole has got some character about it. These are galvanised structures that are just ugly. So I think I agree with everyone else, and I won't be voting for it, and I think we should move.
Okay, I'm picking up on the sentiments of the members here overall. So, and clearly, members aren't happy with the sight and appearance, and we need to put something formal in the middle of the room. So, would you like me to have a go at doing that? Do feel free to shoot me at any time. I'll do my best to get the words right. So, we've clearly got a 15-metre mast here. So, should we suggest that the supporting antenna and the fibre cable associated with the radio housing, they appear as wholly incongruous and are a dominant feature that would be harmful to the residential setting, and they're out of scale, and its surroundings is contrary to I think we've heard Dev 1, which is space and place, and how does members feel about that? Would that work? Okay, so I'll move that. Is there a seconder? Okay. So all in favour of refusing that, I will now turn to Mr Hodgson. As I said at the very beginning, if we go contrary to officer's recommendation, you need to bring in a senior officer to inform us of the impact that any motion contrary to that might have. Mr Hodgson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Clearly what offers are presented to you is as required, is a context in which to consider these applications against obviously national policy and the drive for improved telecommunications, and obviously that's weight that can be attached to any decision that is made. But equally, members can also look at the impact on the built environment as a whole, and it is quite proper, and the policy allows you to put weight to those elements, and obviously that's what you've demonstrated this morning. Clearly, I know there's been a debate, and obviously the permitted development rights are not the easiest things to navigate, but there is a fallback position which has been obviously described to you, which can feature in a decision maker's mind, but equally that weight to be given is for you as decision makers to take. And what I've heard this morning is you clearly understand the context, you quite clearly have ignored matters of need and other matters that were presented to you this morning. So I would suggest, Chair, that obviously the reason for review that's been presented just now is a reasonable position to take, Chair, in terms of having regard to policy and all the matters that you've heard both in this debate and from local residents, ward councillors and the MP, Chair. So it is a laudable position to take, and one that can be obviously dealt with at an appeal. Whether we would succeed, it remains to be seen, Chair, but there is a case to be made, Chair, if an appeal is lodged. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Hodgson. Okay, members, is anybody changed their mind about that matter? No? Okay. All in favour of the refusal based on what I've read out, please show. Anyone against that refusal? And any abstentions? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the application has been refused. Thank you so much. Okay, members. Okay, members, moving right on to item 5I, which is page 141. Mr. Stevenson, I can't read that from here. So
Yeah.
have you changed
Yeah,
the
if you just give me 20 seconds, I have to swap things around, and I'm just struggling a little bit at the moment.
No problem, it's okay.
Hopefully you can see that one now, Chair, for Chilham Street.
78779. Yep, that's fine. Over to you, good self, Mr. Stevenson.
Okay, I'll deal with these ones slightly quicker. I think we understand the proposals are exactly the same as what we've just discussed there. It's just the context and siting that's different, and so we'll just focus in on that one. So this is in Swinton. It's located at the junction between Chilham Street and Campbell Road. To the rear, we've got a builder's yard there, and it's sited adjacent to the gable of a two-storey property there. Again, an image from Google gives you an understanding of the context in which this structure would sit. It's the same structure. This is a couple of photographs taken near the site, and these red triangles show the location of objectors. You'll see that we've had objections from 78 properties, including Rebecca Long-Bailey MP, Councillor Stuart Dickman, Councillor Jim Kamel and Councillor Heather Fletcher. But following similar considerations to what we've been discussing, the planning balance is the same, and as with the other five, it's been recommended for approval, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Thank you so much. Okay, I do have a number of objectors in the room who are wishing to speak. I've got a Miss Passiaro, Mr. Jonathan Rhodes, and Mrs. Carol Boyce, on behalf of Mr. Stephen Mack. Are you all wishing to speak still? Oh, okay, so there's a bit of a mix-up on... that's fine, that's great. So I've got two speakers at the moment, have I? Is there any other speakers? If you could raise your hand, it would really help me. If you are... If you could, so there's two speakers. Is that okay? Right, who's going first? Yeah, two speakers. Yeah, that's what I've seen two hands, and I've got two speakers. Is my mathematics correct? Great. Sir, please come and sit down. Fabulous. 5 minutes for you, sir. Is that okay?
Hi.
It's Mr. Rhodes.
Yes.
Fabulous, Mr. Rhodes. Your 5 minutes, sir, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for your time today. My name's Jonathan, and I'm making representation both for myself as a neighbour living on the estate where the mast is proposed to be built, and on behalf of my mother-in-law, who owns and lives in number 34 Campbell Road. The property that you've seen has a gable wall within 1 metre of the proposed mast. The application states that street pole locations are chosen carefully within a search area confined by technical limitations and a desire to maximise network coverage. But the application does not actually provide any evidence that other sites were considered as required. Page 5 of the same planning statement attempts to outline the benefits of the network, but seems to be a bit confused about where they will be building, at one point even stating that the mast will bring additional choice to the residents of Oldham. It's clear that the applicants are attempting to put up as many masts as quickly as they can, not undertaking the due care to check their applications, and this does not instill any confidence they've actually considered more suitable locations. 60 metres away from the proposed site is an existing mast on the Cooper Bill Bay site. Why could this not have been used? The A580 East Lancashire Road, a dual carriageway with a number of existing masts and tall bridges, is just over 100 metres away from the site, and would have offered numerous options for installation with very little visual detriment. Instead, the mast is proposed to be built approximately 1 metre from the gable wall of number 34 Campbell Road, a house my mother-in-law, an NHS worker at Salford Royal, has spent the past 7 years transforming from almost derelict into her dream home. If this application is approved, 2 of her windows will overlook the mast, and the view on approach to her property and neighbouring properties will be engulfed with a structure approaching twice the height of her home. The application says that leaving the pole grey or galvanised will help it blend in, indicating that very little care has been taken to decrease the visual impact to a stretch of 1920s homes. I'll just add here that the picture you saw was from such a high angle that you would expect to be able to see the build-based site when coming down Campbell Road. You cannot. Based on pictures from the applicant's website, like the one you've seen in the snowy scene, the other masts, their existing masts elsewhere, have a visual appearance that make them almost look like temporary structures, with the antennae more visually obtrusive than the sketches indicate. But just like those, this wouldn't be temporary, it would be permanent. I'm surprised and disappointed that the local planning authority have recommended that you approve this application today. It's already been mentioned today, you've already heard that excellent fibre... Just 1 second. Sorry. Oh. No. Mr. Williams? Is that Mr. Rhodes, don't worry, Mr. Williams, I'm going to say. No, for microphones. Just check the button in front of you. And then, am I doing that? Yeah. So kind of like we're in Star Trek or something like that. So Mr. Williams will be fixing it behind the scenes, so don't worry, Mr. Rhodes. So, how are we doing now, Mr. Williams?
Should be good to go, Chair.
Should I have a go? Members of the public, can you hear me? Yeah, great. Okay, Mr. Rhodes, do apologise. You carry on from where you are, don't worry about it. Oh yeah, just press, yeah. Any silver button will do, they're both the same price, so it's, there you go.
Is that, yeah? Okay, great, thank you.
Sorry about that.
As far as I've been able to determine, all properties within the 1 kilometre operational radius of the mast have access to excellent fibre broadband already, and with speeds offered 9 to 10 times the speed of the applicant's top package. Perhaps the confusion when outlining the benefits relates to the confusion between Salford and Oldham. Rejecting this application would prevent a precedent being set that we're content for such disproportionate structures to be built so close to family homes on residential roads, when suitable locations are only a stone's throw away. Policy Dev 1 of the Salford Unitary Development Plan requires evidence of the rationale for site selection to be part of the application, including evidence that opportunities have been considered for mast site sharing and locating equipment on existing buildings and structures. No evidence has been provided. It's particularly disappointing that the local planning authority haven't noted this to you in their recommendation. Policy Des 1 of the same plan requires regard to be given to the scale of the proposed development in relationship to its surroundings. At nearly twice the height of homes, this application does not show due regard to the scale of buildings. I asked the panel to consider how they would feel about a 15-metre mast being built within 1 metre of their home, with no evidence that more suitable options were truly considered. This isn't an abstract danger, it's here right now. I asked you to see through the rhetoric used in the application, just like Bolton's local planning authority did earlier this month when they rejected 3 proposals from the applicants for identical masts on their residential roads. They wrote that each mast would be a wholly incongruous and dominant feature that would be harmful to the residential setting and would appear as out of scale with its surroundings. I urge you to do the same. I'll just add at the end there that the threat is to build a 30-metre pole if they can't have a 15-metre mast. If you see the picture, the sketch diagram showing the pole, you'll see the fibre connection connecting like any other fibre line at a height of between 7 and 8 metres. That they would build a pole out of 13 metres for no good reason other than that they can, I don't think is a reason to say that we should let them have a 15-metre mast. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Thank you. Thank you. Mrs Boyce?
Talking about. We provided some architectural drawings.
Mr Stevenson, do we have them to put them up?
Thank you.
There we go.
We do, Chair, yes. We've got 3.
Okay.
Yeah, there should be 3.
When you want next slide, Mrs Boyce, just say next slide. Is that okay? You have 5 minutes, Mrs Boyce.
Okay, can I just set my timer so I see where I'm up to? Since you don't have one on here, do you? You should, really. Okay, so some of you know me already. I'm Carol Boyce, resident of this estate that we're talking about, where my family's lived for 60 years now. I'm also chair of the community organisation that represents 700 homes. Most of the main points have been considered, but I'm just going to clarify some of them. So, to clarify the report submitted by Mr Manley, the applicant's QC, that states that should the prior approval to build this mast be rejected, his client can claim the legal right to go ahead and build a 30-metre mast, because for the purposes of planning regulations, without the 2 metres of antenna on the top, it's no longer defined as a mast, but now becomes a pole. And a telecom company can erect a pole anywhere without needing planning permission. In what might be considered a threat, IX Wireless states that they will go ahead anyway and erect the 30-metre pole, identical in dimensions and material to the 50-metre mast, minus the top 2 metres which contain the antenna, and run the fibre cable loop for their network from it. So the fibre loop in question, if you look at your diagram that they submitted on page 136, you'll see it attaches to the mast pole at a height of approximately 8 metres and loops then to the wooden telegraph poles already on our estate. So my question is, why would this company go to the expense of a 30-metre mast pole when 40% of it will never be used? Unless this is actually installing a 15-metre mast by stealth. And that then, I submit to you, the planning department panel would create a dangerous precedent. It would set a precedent for other 15-metre masts in residential neighbourhoods across the entire city. Most of the residents of our estate are living in their forever homes. It's a very stable estate, so a 50-metre or even a 30-metre mast pole will dominate the skyline across our estate, tower above our homes and gardens, and be constantly in our eye line. It's incongruous, unnecessary, and out of scale in what is a settled residential community, and you already know it's contrary to TEL 2, DES 1, and DEV 1. I understand that material considerations about the health impact of such masts and equipment are not to be taken into consideration during this, but because the applicant submitted an ICN-IRP compliance note, but I would like it to be noted in the minutes today that the Internal Commission on Non-Ionising Radiation Protection has repeatedly ignored the strong and considerable peer-reviewed and published scientific evidence not funded by the telecom companies on the significant adverse effects of radio frequency radiation on humans and the environment. The ICN-IRP guidelines for exposure are based solely on the thermal heating paradigm and nothing else, and they have not changed since their inception in 1998, despite the rapidly changing nature of this technology. This is not an insignificant thing. Got a little bit better. Ooh. So, back to this, a recommendation for the planning department themselves. So, this will affect the entire estate, and yet only 6 neighbouring occupiers to this house were sent an advisory letter. If it were not for our tight community, we wouldn't have had enough objections to speak to you today. And furthermore, the planning department has a statutory duty to record and report the comments received from residents to the panel. There were 78 objections, because it's going to set a dangerous precedent. I know firsthand the nature of those objections, and this application is contrary to policies TEL2, DEV1, DES1 stated in many of the objections made, but this was not mentioned in the report to the panel. And I submit that the panel needs all the information to make a proper decision today. So I'll remind you that we are in Salford.
You have a minute left, Mrs. Boyce.
Where the welfare of the people is the highest law. So please today do the sensible, logical and, according to current planning regulations, the right thing and refuse this approval.
Thank you, Mrs. Boyce. Thank you, Mrs. Boyce. I don't have any other objectors for this application that had identified themselves to speak. So I'm going to move forward now to the applicants and applicants' agent side. Mrs. Kay? Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Kay. Mrs. Kay, you're 10 minutes whenever you're ready. Is that okay?
I'd just like to address, obviously, some of the objections that have been raised. The first one being that we haven't ruled out any other locations, but as an operator, our overriding objective is to deploy the fewest number of mast structures as possible by achieving the maximum coverage. And to achieve this objective, we look to get the maximum coverage for each area, but we also explore whether it's feasible to use third-party masts or tall buildings, although it is rarely possible due to the technical constraints of the technologies deployed. But many factors are taken into consideration when siting masts, including but not limited to footway width, existing utilities, availability of electricity supply, and existing street furniture. And to achieve the required coverage, it often means that masts must be located in residential areas. Just with regard to the fact that the service, I know you touched on this anyway, that the service isn't required, and we do consider that it's not a planning consideration. Again, just with regards to the colouring of the mast, I know it was raised that it wouldn't be properly camouflaged, but even though it doesn't directly apply to us, we do follow the Code of Practice for Mobile Development that was designed for communities and local government, and in accordance with that code, we deploy a mast that's a single monopole design, that's uncluttered and it's left in its galvanised state as recommended in the Code of Practice to allow the mast to blend into typical northern skies. The health objections, as you can imagine, we do address this quite a lot from residents, but to the extent that the devices are ICNIRP certified, you know, it is not a planning consideration, but I would like to reiterate that just peace of mind, the equipment used on top of the masts are extremely low powered, and that they are on the same frequency as your household routers or public Wi-Fi routers. So it's the same as having what you would have in your household, but 15 metres in the air. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kay. Thank you so much. Okay, I've got Councillor August and I've got Rebecca Long, Bailey MP. Oh, Councillor August, you're not speaking on this application. Have I got? Is it Councillor Dickman? Do apologise. Me and these lists, we're going to get there eventually. So, Councillor Dickman. Oh, 5 minutes, Councillor Dickman, whenever you're ready. You did ask for some slides to be put up during your talk while you spoke. Is that correct?
Have the second, I think it's the second one. The third one, sorry, then.
Okay. Your 5 minutes when you're ready, Councillor Dickman.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, my ward colleague, Councillor Kamel and Councillor Fletcher are not here today. They are in support of the points I'll be making, which were laid out in our joint objection letter to the application in front of you. And whilst the application and advice from officers advises to focus on just the top 2 metres of the 15-metre mast and talks of the significant community benefits, I would ask the panel to dismiss these 2 points. Firstly, because the 2-metre mast can only be there with the other 13 metres, so it's the full 15-metre mast which the panel should consider. And secondly, the area already has significant communication networks. The area is not a rural village still running on dial-up. It has high-speed fibre broadband throughout the estate, and this mast's sole purpose is to provide competition to other providers, rather than providing a service that is not already there. And competition is not always a good thing. Just look at the bus companies, look at utilities. It doesn't always drive down prices. The application and report talks of a fallback position that the mast can be erected without the need for planning permission. However, it shouldn't be taken as read that the applicant will do this. And this council and planning department should not be forced into accepting applications on the basis of fallback positions. It should be on the basis that the application will be a benefit to the community. This application fails to do that and should have been rejected in the first instance. Unfortunately, that did not happen, and now the application is in front of us today. Our objection to this application is based on the siting and appearance of the mast and cabinet and its impact on the character and appearance of what is predominantly a residential area. Firstly, I would like to say how disappointing and almost deceptive the application is in the pictures presented in the application in your report, making it seem like the mast is the same height as 34 Campbell Road, which you can see from the pictures we provided on screen. The mast is significantly taller than 34 Campbell Road and will be extremely prominent against the residential properties in the area and almost twice the height of the nearby 8-metre streetlights. The street scene on the estate is in proximity to the proposed mast is a pleasant and dense residential setting, primarily consisting of low-rise, two-storey buildings. You've already heard from the son-in-law of Sarah Edwards, who cannot be here today, but she will have to live next to this monstrosity that was installed, and will have to see it every time she walks out the front door. The cabinet itself is too close to number 34 Campbell Road, being almost intrusive in its location in relation to Miss Edwards' home. But it's not only Sarah who will be impacted, all the residents of the estate will be impacted by this mast and cabinet. Due to the size of the structure, we believe it would be completely out of character with the residential area and be a dominant and harmful structure to the street scene, in contrary to policy DES 1 of Salford's UDP, which states that development will be required to respond to its physical context, respect the positive character of the local area in which it's situated, and contribute towards local identity and distinctiveness. We believe it fails to meet this requirement. It doesn't respect the positive character of the local area, and it doesn't contribute towards local identity and distinctiveness. We also believe the application is in contrary to policy DEV 1 of the Salford UDP, which states that proposals for telecommunications development will be permitted provided that their impact would be acceptable with respect to, amongst other things, visual amenity, residential amenity, and where the rationale and justification for site selection has been set out and evidence provided. We believe the application fails to meet this requirement, particularly there's been no rationale or justification for the site selection or evidence of where other locations were considered, why they were rejected and why this location chosen, and therefore it fails to meet the requirements of DEV 1. As you've heard on the previous application, Bolton Council and Trafford Council have rejected similar masts. I hope the panel agree that this site is not suitable for the mast and cabinet, and if approved it would have a significant and detrimental impact on the character and appearance of the area, and will be contrary to Salford's UDP, primarily DES 1 and DEV 1, and I would urge you to reject this application on this basis. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
I can only hear myself. Oh, back again. There we go. Oh, thanks, Carolina. Rebecca Long-Bailey MP is next, I believe. Rebecca, there's two silver buttons in front of you. They both do the same job, so if you could just press one of them, it'll bring your microphone on. Is that okay? Brilliant. Fabulous. Rebecca, your 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, and thanks for allowing me the opportunity to speak again. I'm speaking on behalf of a huge number of residents who are clear that the proposals as they stand today would cause significant harm to the character and the appearance of the area. Now, as you've seen from the diagrams provided so far, the proposed site is another pleasant and busy residential street in Salford. It's adjacent to a high density of two-storey red brick residential properties, a lot of which are semi-detached. They've got slate and tile roofs. It's on a long, wide, straight carriageway which is used for residential access to many other small streets on the estate. Now, the street lighting columns are spaced wide apart at just below half the height of the proposed monopole. It's also important to note that 2 of the properties, as you can see from the pictures on the screen, are directly adjacent to the monopole, and they will be overlooked by the monopole quite substantially. It's also important to note that the houses opposite, which you can't see on these pictures at the moment, will be severely visually affected. Now, I'm sure you can imagine that a 15-metre mast would tower markedly above houses and any other street furniture, and as a result it would sit starkly against the open skyline and be highly visible over a wide area, in contrast to the current low-lying street scene. I note that comments were made about the difficulties in colouring the mast. I would say that Salford's not always grey, so on our sunny days it would certainly be a very prominent feature across the city. But indeed, colouring the mast in its context would sadly make it no less prominent against the skyline. In any event, now the proposals as they stand ensure that the proposed mast would be a visually obtrusive feature which would be detrimental to the character and appearance of the area overall, and particularly to nearby properties. They are therefore in contravention of the relevant identified policies and valid planning material considerations outlined within the National Planning Policy Framework and the Salford Unitary Development Plan, including policies DEV1 and DES1. I think there's also a wider argument, given the fact that the mast can be seen over such a wide area, that it may potentially be impacted upon the Ellesmere Park Supplementary Development Plan, which looks at different varying issues such as views and vistas, particularly given that Campbell Road is the gateway to the new Swinton Greenway, what was previously called the Linear Walkway. On the issue of site selection, again, as we've heard with previous applications, there is no technical information provided to justify the choice of site over other locations, and no list of alternative sites explored. And indeed, if the applicant has to choose that particular location because there are none available, because they need to secure a certain amount of network coverage, then I think that's information that needs to be provided to the planning panel in significant detail. And at the moment, we don't have that detail whatsoever. Now, as I've said previously, it's understandable that there's concern as to how to proceed with these cases because there is no appeal case law on this. It's all relatively new to the planning law world. But previous applications have been refused in Bolton, as you've heard, and I'll just repeat them again for the sake of the minutes of this meeting. Bolton Council refused application 12031/21 opposite Astley Bridge Legion. They also refused application 12032/21 pavement adjacent to 40 Beverley Road, and they stated in both cases that the proposed 15-metre mast structures supporting antennae and fibre cable together with associated radio housing cabinets would appear as wholly incongruous and dominant features that would be harmful to the residential setting and would appear as out of scale with its surroundings, contrary with policy CG3 and RA1 of Bolton's core strategy and the National Planning Policy Framework. Both of these cases are similar to the one that you're looking at today, and I hope that they provide full confidence that you can reject today's application, because if Bolton can do it, as I've said earlier, Salford can do it too. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Rebecca. I'm going to close from now and open up the debate with members. Members, just before I bring you in, I do need to bring your attention to that. It's your planning balance sheet is 5I on the email that Mr. Ralph sent out. So if you have that on your screen, I'd be so grateful. Councillor Cusack.
Thank you, Chair. Irrespective of permitted development rights, this is manifestly the wrong design in the wrong place. So in an effort to expedite proceedings, I'd like to recommend refusal on the grounds of both siting and appearance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Second it. Yeah, okay, I see that. No problem, members. But members, we have taken Councillor President. Yeah, please speak if you wish to speak.
Just a quick question. Says Chisholm Road is unadopted, correct?
I have no idea, and I'm not sure if it's material to the application. Mr. Stevenson?
Chisholm Road.
I'm not 100%, Chair. I presume it isn't, with it being not tarmacked over.
Okay. but I don't believe it's material to the decision that needs to be made.
No, I'm just asking, who owned, if it...
I don't know, and it's not material to what we need to know. So, members, this is the same infrastructure in a different location. I hope you've appreciated that, and you've applied the balance appropriately. There's been moved and seconded for refusal based on, well, should I put some words around it, citing an appearance. I can read out what was similar to what I talked about earlier. The supporting antennae and fibre cable together with the associated radio housing cabinets are wholly incongruous and dominate feature that would be harmful to the residential setting and would appear as out of scale within the surrounding area, contrary to Dev 1. Would you disagree with me on that? No. Okay. Any members disagree with that? No. Councillor President, did you wish to speak? Sorry. No. Okay. All in favour of the refusal, then I will need to bring in Mr Hodgson, because as our constitution states, that any motion contrary to the officer's recommendation needs a senior officer to inform the panel of any impact it may have. Mr Hodgson.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, again, listening to the debate, members are very clear in terms of obviously the national context, in terms of obviously trying to improve communications network, but equally, members can look at the built environment effects and amenity, and I've obviously heard again that those issues have been well understood and weight's been appropriately attached to those considerations, Chair. So it is clearly a position that the Council can take in this matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Hodgson. All in favour of the refusal, members please show. Yeah. Any abstentions? And anyone against the refusal? Okay, and one. Ladies and gentlemen, the application has been refused. Thank you so much. Okay, members, moving right on to... Next application, members, is 5D. That's page 103. Is that okay?
Yeah, just bear with me, Chair.
No problem. Colleagues, I'm very aware it's 1 o'clock now, and you've been sat here for quite some time. You will need some substance at some point. We'd never really like to run a session for more than 90 minutes. We started at 11:30, so if I could get us to, and at what time are we now? 1 o'clock, so that's 90 minutes. If I hear this application, clearly we've got members of the public and councillors who want to have a say, and so we need to adhere to that, but also we need to appreciate that the panel is also human as well and does need that break. So after this application, we'll break for 15 minutes so we can grab a bit to lunch, have a break, and come back. Is that okay? Mr Stevenson.
Yes, Chair, the slides up on screen now, this one relates to a site adjacent to Woodsmore Road on Beaufort Avenue in Swinton. So this is the location, similar context to the ones that members have just considered. You can see the proximity to the East Lancs Road here, and hopefully you can make out the red marker here, which shows the location adjacent to the gable of a two-storey property. Again, this image just gives members a better understanding of the local context. The structure is the same as what we've seen previously. Here are a couple of photographs showing the site, and this slide shows the positions of where comments have come from. So again, red triangles are those people who have raised objection, blue squares are those who were notified but we received no comment from. And again, Chair, the recommendation is to approve.
Thank you, Mr Stevenson. Okay, moving to the objectives for 5D on page 103. I've got Mrs Fratassi Lane, I've got Mr Hope, Mr Lane, and obviously I've got Councillor Garrido. Are you all wishing to speak? So I've got 3 speakers. So, okay, it's a 10-minute section, so it's 3 minutes, 20 seconds. Is that okay? Fabulous. Who's going first? Oh, please come forward, madam. Well, thank you, sir. I'm not sure if it's Mr Hope or Mr Lane.
Mr Hope.
Mr Hope, over to you yourself, Mr Hope. You have 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Right, thank you. I'm speaking as a resident. I've been living on that street for 30 years. My name's Lauren Hope. These are points you will have heard before, but they're relevant to our address and some slightly different, I suppose. But if you think about the street we've got here, that they're very, very low two-storey houses. They are 1930s, not 1920s, so low. They have all got hip roofs, so as you're walking around these streets, what's in your eye line is just a gutter. So a mast so big is 15 metres, your gutters are about 5 metres. These are going to appear 3 times the height of the houses as you're walking round. They really do stand out. I think that this is forever homes for a lot of people. They're well-maintained properties, they're well-maintained boundaries and gardens, and this mass structure would just stand out like it's a T-junction in a very small housing estate. It's a very tight T-junction. So these great big metallic industrial kind of looking structures would just not be in keeping with this street. It would ruin it completely. The second point I was going to make was just about the footway. The footway, it's used by children for playing. It's 2 metres wide. It's not massive, but it's 2 metres wide. And I don't know where they've done the surveys from on the footfall, but at school time, it's a very busy footway. There's lots of parents who use with trolleys, and there's lots of people passing. It's a corner that's a busy corner. It's a cut through for Moorside High School, Moorside Primary. As I said before, it's a very busy pavement for children to play on. It's south-facing. It soaks the sun up. My children have played and learned to ride the bikes on that footway because it's a flat, nice area to play in. To reduce it from 2 metres to 1.25 makes an obstruction on the corner, and it reduces where children can play and people can supervise. The last point I was going to make was just about an alternative site. As has been said before, I don't think there's been any due consideration to the site. It just seems like a pin's been dropped. This is convenient. Within 85 metres, you're on the East Lancs Road and on a corner which has got playing fields behind. I don't know if the maps are not up, but we've got playing fields behind you. You've got commercial properties in front of you. You've got commercial properties over the East Lancs Road. A far better location within a very, very short distance of where this has been proposed. And that's really all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Thank you. Who's going next? You, madam. Thank you, Carolina. Okay, madam. Whenever you're ready, you've got 3 minutes and 20 seconds or so. Is that okay?
Hello. My name is Nicoletta Fritazzi Lane. I'm a local resident. I live at 8 Woodsmore Road. What I'd just first of all like to start off by saying, we've had some fabulous speakers today, and I think the points they have made for the previous addresses have all been superb, and it's also valid in this case. As I said, I live on 8 Woodsmore Road. When we got notification through the post about this proposal, not all the neighbours did get the post about this proposal, and we've had lots of meetings with the local residents. We had a meeting last night in my garden, which Mr. Hope attended. And the reason for that was we made the decision. This room could have been full with local residents, but due to the government guidelines, they haven't attended today, and they're also working from home, using their internet, which is an absolutely fantastic speed. We have no issues whatsoever in our area. So, I'm just a local person, so I'm going to appeal to you family people. The area we live in is very much a close-knit community. We all know each other quite well, not too well. All our children play out together. The reason why I bought that house on the corner, I'd appreciate if you could bring the picture up of the side view of Woodsmore Road. That would be great. Is that possible? Yeah?
It'll happen.
Was quite simply my previous home. My son and nephews couldn't play outside because of complaints. The spot where, if you can see the green boxes, is exactly where all local children play, and it is my pleasure to hear them play. Mr. Hope's children grew up playing football there. It is a walkway for the school. It's very, very popular. just a couple of houses down, we have Cynthia and Joan, elderly people who've lived there for 80 years. Now, again, they wanted to come today, but particularly Cynthia was just too distressed to attend. This whole thing has had a tremendous effect on the community. I myself was fortunate to retire in August. Since November, my retirement has just been taken up with this. The stress of this ugly monstrosity out on the side of my house has caused so much upset, not just for me, but the local residents.
You have a minute left. Is that
That's
okay?
fine, that's fine. A normal street lamp is 8 metres high. These are 15 metres high. They are too tall. We understand the technology is needed. What we want to offer you is alternatives. Okay. On the East Lancs Road, on Moorside playing fields, on the Wardley Industrial Estate. I would just like to ask Amanda Kay if she would like one of these monstrosities. Do you have one outside your house, Amanda? Potentially not.
Madam, please,
okay.
I don't think that's really appropriate.
Oh, fair enough. I apologise. My first
Miss
time.
Casey, in a professional manner, and that's what it works.
It's my first time. Thank you. We are hoping to build an extension on the top of, as you can see, the garage layout there next year, which will basically mean that this antenna will be less than 1 metre away from where myself and my husband will be sleeping. So,
that's your time up now, madam. Thank you.
Okay then. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And I ask you to refuse this application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And last, I've got Mr. Hope. Mr. Hope? You're 3 minutes and 20 seconds, sir.
I'll be very brief, really. So everything that's been covered on the other cases is true, okay? And so the first thing in my head is you shouldn't be looking at these as individual cases. It is a network of masts every 30 metres through the city to make this work, okay? So let's get round to what this is. So the government policy is for high-speed communications rollout for the masses. This is nothing to do with that. This is not for the masses, it is for a small subscriber set. There is no evidence that, well, there is nobody on this system already because they haven't built it. It's not 5G, it's not full fibre. That was something someone mentioned earlier, that's the government aim, to get full fibre through the country. It relies on line-of-sight radio. It was mentioned that it's part of Wi-Fi, okay, so it's like Wi-Fi in your house. So how strong a Wi-Fi system would you have to pick up somebody 3 houses away? Okay, and this is further. That's why these things are so high. You've got to have line of sight to them. Okay, you have a radio receiver bolted to the side of your house. Remember the old Sky dishes? It's like that coming back. And if these things are so good with the radio, why do they then need to be connected by cables as well? The weather over the last few weeks has shown that cables above ground can be a bad idea, prone to easy damage by wind. Salford got away with it this time. Parts of the northeast were without power for days. Okay, so I've covered that bit. Technology-wise, this is like a vote for going back to VHS and binning your DVDs, let alone Blu-ray. This is a big step backwards. 100 megs is not fast, as many people have said. Much greater speeds are available throughout Salford and most of the UK now. The top of the thing, we're being shown this 2-metre mast with something scribbled on the top of it. That something is 1 metre diameter. So it's something like, you look down at the floor, it's taking up the area of 4 of those tiles. I don't know how deep these things are. It might be like looking at 4 wheelie bins stood up there.
I have a minute left, Mr. Hope.
No, I'm done, I think. Yeah, it just isn't what it purports to be. Cable in between proves that it's not a good technology. It's not going to benefit the masses. I think the threat of building these without the antennae on is an empty threat, because if they've not got the radio bit on, they have no subscribers. If they've no subscribers, they've no income, therefore they're not going to build a mast. So please do the right thing and reject it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hope. Thank you. Okay, I've heard everyone from the objectors side for this particular application, I believe. I don't believe there's anyone else. We're going to move on to the applicants and applicants' agents now. Mrs. Kay. Thank you. Mrs. Kay, you're obviously right. We'll turn the microphone on. Fabulous. Thank you, Carolina. Mrs. Kay, your 10 minutes whenever you're ready. Is that okay?
Okay, I'd just like to address some of the objections again.
No problem.
But first of all, just to explain what the cable is actually for. The cable carries the fibre optic service to the mast that is then beamed wirelessly out. So that's why we do need the cables, and it is a full fibre network. One of the reasons that the network is above ground is because wireless technology is developing so quickly, it's being updated continually. So if your cables and your antenna are above ground, you very, very quickly can upgrade that. You don't have to dig the streets back up every time there is an advancement in technology. And with regards to the poles, we have the antenna on the poles to beam the signal wirelessly to properties. If we can't have antenna on poles, what we would do is similar to what BT have done in the past. We would run a cable from the pole to the properties instead. You've probably seen some BT poles that look a little bit like trees with all the cables coming off, and that's what we would do if we can't have an antenna to beam things wirelessly. With regards to discounted locations, we have a very constrained search area. We tend to look at around a 50-metre radius with any location. So in this particular location, there were two others that were suitable from a network perspective that were discounted, and these were on the footpath of Ringlow Avenue, adjacent to 3 Catherine Road, but it was discounted due to the pavement width. It would have left less than 1.2, and there were existing cables overhead that meant that we couldn't actually get the pole into position. A second location in front of the business car park on Dean's Road was discounted due to the mature trees and large buildings that would obstruct the radio signals, so impeding the line of sight and significantly reducing coverage. And because of this, we would then need to deploy a second street pole in the area anyway to make up for the coverage that we couldn't find. The closest third party mast is on the East Lancs Road, as one of the objectors said, but it does sit outside the cluster boundaries. So even if it was suitable from terms of frequency, it wouldn't provide the required coverage. It's basically too far from the area. And consideration was also given to locating apparatus on the rooftop of the tall building situated on the edge of our cluster, which is the area of coverage on Shield Drive. And this location was unviable because of the fact that it is on the edge of the cluster, so only 50% frequency utilisation could be achieved. Because of that, we would then have to put another pole at the opposite side of the cluster. So areas are discounted. I appreciate that these were not in the application, but you know we want to place them in the best locations, and we take all the cabinet and pole siting guidelines into consideration when we do that.
Thank you, Mrs. Kay. Thank you so much. Okay, that's from the applicants and applicant agents, and now I've got ward councillors. Councillor Guida. Councillor Guida, thank you so much for your patience this morning. You've been here earlier than I was, and so I appreciate that.
Always a pleasure to come and sit in this meeting, Chair.
Fabulous, fabulous. Well, you're more than welcome anytime. Your 5 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon, everyone. I will try not to repeat everything that's been said, because this is the third application of the virtually identical nature which you considered this morning. So can I just first of all start off by expressing the disappointment of both myself as a ward councillor and also the local residents that this company, which I think is a relatively new company to the area, has not taken the trouble to even consult with local residents. When we've had other masts going up in other areas, there's been a pre-application consultation. That has not taken place. And it just seems to me, Chair and members, that this company just really wants to ride roughshod over the local community, roughshod over the council, and we've just heard, I'm afraid, what I think amounts to a threat that says, well, if you don't allow the extra set and get the antennas on, Mr. Case said, you'll have cables from this pole to other poles all around the area. And I think that's the threat which they're really trying to make. I think that's totally unacceptable. There are alternative sites very, very close to Westmore Road. One, in fact, is near the former playing fields of Moorside High School, which is now a vacant plot of land. There are no trees specifically obstructing the sites there, as I think has just been a point was made before. It can be sited in a position which is not next to houses, whether it be on the East Lancashire Road side or whether it be on the other side of the playing field. So that would certainly be just literally 1 block away from Westmore Road. The other site, in fact, which is still on the same side of the East Lancashire Road, and maybe 2 or 3 blocks away in the opposite direction, is on the corner of Moorside Road. And you'll probably know there's a big storage unit there where you can rent storage spaces. Plenty of space there where there are no houses, where the mast could actually be sited. And I think if they consulted local people, maybe they could have given them some advice as to where they could site those. I'm a bit concerned also about the size of the boxes. We've heard a lot about the actual poles themselves, but the boxes, in fact, are huge. They really are. I'm not sure the exact height, but you can see the scale of them when you look at them next to the elevation of the houses. I'm not sure what's in those boxes. I can bet you $1,000 it's a bit like when you get a parcel, isn't it, from Amazon. You know, 2/3 of the box is empty, and the other third you've maybe got the parcel inside. And I'd rather think this might be the same with these electronic boxes. Totally out of keeping with the area. They look like an industrial unit. And as has been pointed out, we've got families living in the area, younger people and older people. Can I just therefore come to a point about the width of the footpath? It says very clearly on the application from the officers that it is below the 1.5 minimum metres which is required on a footpath. I think the measurement is actually 1.25 metres. So we're below the width where the boxes are being put. That means that children going to school, parents with pushchairs. It is a route to the school, so we get lots of children and parents going past there with pushchairs. We've got elderly people with mobile scooters. The width of that pavement is going to be substantially reduced, and that does create a safety hazard. I can't quite understand, Chair, why, when we've had outreach putting fibre optic in all over the area, Mercer Road, East Lancs Road, on this particular development, fibre optic, I can't quite see why we're moving to the older method of having exposed cables or antennas pointing up into the sky. Why, you know, we need anything additional to the fibre optics.
You have a minute left, Councillor Guido.
A minute left, thank you very much. The scale of the pole or the mast in English is 49 feet, because I relate to feet rather than metres. 49 feet is a huge height of those masts. It equates to nearly 2 houses, nearly the height of 2 houses. I think probably one in 3/4 houses in height. That is huge, and will certainly be seen from over quite a wide area there. So I think on that thing alone, it ought to be refused. What I would like to do is a plea, Chairman. Please refuse this today, as you've done with the other 2 applications. I think the similarities are so great, you know, that it affects the visual impact of the area. But can I also ask, Chair, that the Council enters into negotiation with this company? They clearly do need advice. They clearly need to have discussions about what are suitable locations, and maybe that is the way forward after today. Maybe they will see the strength of feeling there is from local residents all over the city, right? And they will actually come to the council and sit down with our officers and discuss the way forward. If they need these masts, let's look at the suitable locations for them. And I think if they do that, they may be able to come back here at some future date and have a little bit more success than having today. So please, Chair, strong plea, please refuse the application.
Thank you, Councillor Guido. Thank you. Okay, that's all the submissions from your good selves that I've heard. I'm going to open up the debate in the panel. Just before I do that, members, I know it's a bit tedious, but I do need to point you to the planning balance sheet 5D in the email that Mr. Ralph sent last night. So, okay. It's the same infrastructure in a different location in the city. I need to give that the same weight, the merits, that this is a separate application. Councillor Clark? Could you just put your mic on?
Everybody, I'm usually loud enough. Yeah, so I'll move for refusal. It's detrimental to street scene, amenity, it's narrowing the footway, it's totally inappropriate. And just a little bit of point of information. There is no need to dig anything up anymore. We've got fibre optics in the ground. The only restriction on the speed that you can put down a fibre optic is the electronic components connected to the end of it. There is no need to dig a street up to replace it. I say that because it's my day job and I know the technology because I'm a qualified fibre engineer. So it's not right to say we've got to dig things up to improve speeds. If the fibre optic's in the ground, we don't need to do that.
Okay.
So,
thank you, Councillor Clark. Okay, it's been moved for refusal based on very similar grounds, as we've earlier said. Councillor Cusack, is there any other motion on the table? No. Okay. Members, as you know, if it goes contrary to office recommendation, I do need to bring Mr Hodgson in to inform us of the impact that the motion may have. Mr Hodgson.
Thank you, Chair. Again, we've heard very similar arguments. There's been a very similar context in terms of what we've previously discussed and debated. I suppose in addition, you've heard from the applicant about the technical constraints of operators in terms of how they locate their facilities. But equally, as we've discussed before, the impacts on the built environment in terms of skyline, height, all those things we've debated are clearly part of the mix in terms of considering and giving weight to Chair. So what I've heard is clearly consistent with how we can apply the development plan and the weight that this panel gives to those matters. So that's fine, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Hodgson. Any change to the motion on the table, members? No? Okay. All in favour of the refusal, please show. Anyone against the refusal? And any abstentions? Ladies and gentlemen, the application has been refused. Thank you so much. Okay, members, we do have some lunch here, members. So what I'd ask is, if you could go and choose your lunch first, because it is your lunch. There will be sufficient left over for members of the public to have some lunch as well, which I'd like to offer to members of the public. We're now going to have a 15-minute recess, and we're going to start at 1:40. Is that okay? So, thank you. Okay, Salford City Council Planning Panel is now restarted. The application that's going to be heard next will be item 5E, if I'm not mistaken. Page 111. Mr Stevenson, is that 78777?
It is, Chair, yes.
Okay, just before you start, Mr Stevenson, Mr Relf, could we just read out which panel members are present for this session? Is that okay?
Yeah, we've got Councillors Hamilton, Warmisham, Neil Reynolds, Mashita, Cusack and Tresidden.
I mean, that's 6 votes around the table.
Yeah.
Okay, fabulous. Mr Stevenson, as I said, it's page 101 and it's 5E on the agenda. And over to you, good self.
Thank you, Chair. Again, this is same applicant, same proposal of what members have considered in the previous 3 applications. So we'll just focus in on the location of this one. So this one would be located here, just off Ellesmere Street, off Trafford Road in this location. And if I just show the next slide, which gives you more of a context, you can see that in the surrounding area there's a variation in scale of properties, some of which are single storey behind, some of which are 2 stories, some of which are 3 story, but you get a general feel for the scale of properties in this area, which is not too dissimilar to what you've considered previously. Again, the structure is the same. Here are a couple of photographs to help you understand the context further. And this next slide just shows the position of objections that we've received from nearby properties. You'll also note that we've had objections from Councillor Mullen, Councillor Boschel and Councillor Lancaster, and also a petition in objection with 57 signatures. Again, Chair, for reasons we've outlined previously, it's been recommended for approval.
Thank you, Mr Stevenson. I don't have any members of the public objecting, any residents objecting who are in the room. I do have a petition, no problem, I'm aware of that, and so are members. And so I'll move right on to the applicants and applicants' agents, and then obviously it's the ward councillors, and then it's decision time. Mrs Kay, are you wishing to speak? No, okay, thank you. Okay, councillors, who's going first? Is it just one speaker, or are you all having a speak? Oh, okay. Councillor Mullen, fabulous. Councillor Mullen, your 5 minutes whenever you're ready. Is that okay?
Back again like a bad penny, eh? I need my readers because I made my writing so small.
You have had quite a lot of attendance at the planning panel while we've been in this building, I must say. Any more attendance? I'll have to get you a council tax form.
So you're providing me lunch now, so I'll come again. Okay, I'm ready if that's okay with everybody. Okay, so thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the residents in Barton Winton, many of whom have lobbied the local councillors. The street, Ellesmere Street, which is behind number 200 Trafford Road, I have serious concerns regarding this application, and these relate to planning policies, specifically DEV 1, but it also appears to be repeated in the local plan under DG1, A, B and C, and it also appears to be in the context of national planning under section 10. I'm going to disagree with the statement the Chair made earlier about need. I think specifically in National Plan 115, it clearly states that we should endeavour to have as much choice as is possible, and that need is defined in there as being driven by the consumers. So on that basis, I've checked with Ofcom, and this postcode has access to superfast fibre broadband. There is existing cable network in the ground. Separate to that, there is healthy competition with offers from BT, Virgin, TalkTalk, plus NetZen, and many others. It is also available with an affordable rate of £17 per month. The area is supported with lots of free internet to schools, thanks to local companies. We have got guaranteed availability and resilience. So I'm confused as why this applicant feels that they cannot access this existing network infrastructure without creating more street clutter. It's an important point because the officer recommendation talks about the benefit to the area. I mean, what we're talking about here is a giant Wi-Fi router in the middle of your street. So I disagree. I cannot see that there are extra benefits. The infrastructure exists, it's expanding, working, and there is capacity. And I see absolutely no discussion on alternate sites, and therefore I'm suggesting that under local plan, which would be DG1, which falls under Dev 1, A, has not been satisfied. Section 10 of the National Planning Policy priorities full fibre and in part and specialise in part 114. So given that everything is available unbundled and there is ample opportunity for this company to take part and service its customers, I don't see why we need to have this ugly, horrible, unnecessary hardware. It follows then that I contend that under that policy DG1 Part B is not met, and National Planning Policy 10.115 states the number of radio and electronic communication masts and the sites for such installations should be kept to a minimum consistent with the needs of the consumer. We have discussed need and they are being fully satisfied with choice and speed. So I'm going to move on to this proposed installation, which will be sited in full view of number 200 Trafford Road, and it's to the garden end of a 3-storey block of residential apartments, being 125 to 135 Elmer Street. It's also 20 metres from the bungalow opposite at 196 Trafford Road, and it's 12 metres from bungalow at the rear of number 2 Renshaw. Every one of these are unhappy at the proposed view. It is a giant, ugly mast. It brings them no benefits. It states that it's not a sensitive area, but the residents do care about the area. It is in an area of heritage, and they do not want to be looking out at this eyesore. It's incongruous to the area. We talked before about there is no attempt to hide or blend in with the surroundings. So with that, I would say that again, under DG1 Part C has not been met. NPA Section 10 Part 115 specifically states it should be sympathetically designed and camouflaged where appropriate, not even been discussed. I would say I am happy that what was required in policy and procedures has been done and they are met. I won't criticise the council for that, but I would ask that where these things come, the application affects a wider area. So a plea to the panel and the officers. I hope in future we can reach a wider area with letters and less reliant on newspapers and the SCC website. So in summary, on the grounds that Dev 1, or if you want LPA, DG1, A, B and C are not met, reinforced by Part 10 of the National Planning application, I ask that the panel reject resoundingly this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Thank you. Councillor Bosch or Councillor Lancaster, I believe you wanted to chip in, but are you actually going to speak, or are you? No, the only thing I was just saying is one we sent Okay, and the petition is fully referenced in your report, members, is that okay? Okay, I'm going to close from the council section then, is that okay, and open up the debate with members, is that right? Okay, members, before we continue, I do need to do the due diligence of that. This is application 5E, and that planning balance sheet that you can see, which is in very small lettering, is actually in your inbox, put on your own screens there from Mr. Wells' email yesterday evening. Is that okay? Members, it's the same infrastructure as we've seen earlier, but this is a different location, and you will note that that the built form is there are some flats around here, and there are some three-storey buildings as well as two-storey and lower again. But you do need to take that into context before making any decision. Is any member willing to speak? Councillor Cusack.
Thank you, Chair. I think on this site there's insufficient evidence that a local survey is done for the right location of this mast. I still think it's the wrong thing in the wrong place, and on the grounds of both sighting and appearance, I'd like to move a refusal in order to expedite the conversation, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there a second for that? Okay, second that. So essentially, we are well, members have moved and seconded that they feel it's incongruous and dominant feature, and it's contrary to the surroundings, i.e. policy Dev 1. Is that okay? Contrary to that. Mr. Hodgson, I do need to bring you in because it's against the officer's recommendation. Over to yourself.
Thank you, Chair. What I've just heard in terms of that motion, Chair, is not inconsistent with the policy framework that this panel has to judge applications around. So they can obviously clearly give more weight to the built environment in terms of its height, location, size and appearance as being described, Chair. So,
thank you, Mr. Hodgson.
Thank you.
Okay, members, has your motion changed, Councillor Cusack? No. Okay. But members, it's been moved and seconded for refusal based on the grounds that it's contrary to the policy Dev 1. All in favour of that, please show. Anyone against that? And any abstentions? Ladies and gentlemen, the application has been refused. Thank you so much. Okay, moving right on, members, it's item 5F now, which is page 117. Mr. Stevenson, I believe you are once again presenting.
I am, Chair, yes. Just bear with me a moment again.
No problem. And this application is 78771.
Wait a minute, I think I've shared the wrong screen there.
Mr. Williams, would you maximise the screen, please? Would that be okay? Oh, thank you. Just save me eyesight a little.
Just bear with me, I think I've just closed it down, Chair. Apologies for this.
It's okay. Members, at this point, I'll just point out to you, so I don't need to do it later, that the planning balance sheet for this application is in the email from Mr. Relf last night, and that planning balance sheet will be 5F in that email. Is that okay? So if you'd be so kind to bring it up in front of your screen, then you won't need to strain your eyes to be able to read the planning balance sheet. So it's an important matter.
Hopefully, Chair, I think we are good to go now.
Okay, so we are 78771.
That's correct. Peel Green Road, adjacent to 40 Winster Road.
Yep, over to you yourself, Mr. Stevenson. Oh.
Okay, so this location again, you can hopefully make out with my cursor there that it would be on the junction here of Winster Road and Peel Green Road. Again, you can make out to some degree that this is well, it's a residential area characterised by mainly terrace properties and semi-detached properties. Again, this is a view from Google that helps you understand that context even better. You'll see that in this location, the footpath is somewhat wider than some of the other locations that have been considered, but the design context is again quite similar to what we've just been considering. The scheme is the same. A couple of photographs just to help understand what they may look like on the ground. And again, a slide which shows the properties which I've written in objection. We've had 14 in total, together with objections from Barbara Keeley MP and Councillor Lancaster. But for the reasons we've already been discussing, the recommendation has been to approve, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Mr. Stevenson, I'm just going to point out to members that during this morning, we received I think it's a 140 signed petition against this application, which was handed in this morning. So I'll just put that out there, so that's okay. Could you give us the officer's recommendation again, once again, please?
The recommendation is to approve, Chair.
Thank you so much. Okay, I do have in the room, I believe, 4 objectives. Sophia Damari, Carla Passerio, Carol Boyce and Yvonne Earnshaw. No? Oh, right, I'm just working to what I've been given, see, so I'm doing my best. Okay, no problem. And who are you, madam? Mrs. Earnshaw. Right, Mrs. Earnshaw. So it's just one speaker. Did I get that right? Well, I was told there was 4. So at the moment, I've just got 1. So how many speakers do we have? Just you. There you go. So, Mrs. Earnshaw, would you come forward, please? Cheers. Thank you. Mrs. Earnshaw, you have 10 minutes, because that's what the section allows for.
Well, that'll be plenty of time. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Yvonne Earnshaw. I live at number 35 Winster Road. My colleague, Mrs. Aldemari, lives at number 40, where this proposed mass will be going. We're opposing this application for the residents in Peel Green. As you have already been told by Mr. Massiter, that there are 143 petitions. We couldn't get round to all the properties. So there may well be more, but they are very, very angry. We obviously reiterate what everybody else has said. It's the same sort of thing. I mean, we are not NIMBYs because we have all got computers, we've all got mobile phones, and obviously we're happy to deal with what's been afforded to us via technology. Homes on Peel Green Road range from, I'm giving this from a different perspective, from 259 to 207 opposite the stated location, which, as you've seen on the map, is just on the corner. There are new fencing there which belongs to Sophie, and that is where this thing is going. I live opposite her. The sites of all these properties on Peel Green Road, there are 3 sets of terraced big Victorian houses, and they all can see this mast at some varying degree. Just bear me a minute. Who have sight of the mast at all varying degrees. Measurements mean nothing but to planning department. Human beings who do not just look straight ahead with tunnel vision, as Grogan or company, which we do not know who's applied for this, either Mr. Grogan or IXW, would have you believe. We look over the place, we can look all over the place, hence we see ugly industrial mass cabinets and, if passed, antennae. We've got plenty of broadband. You know, we've got telephone posts and they're all underground. So we've got plenty of those. We already have cabinets and posts, and we want to know what benefits we're going to gain from, you know, this extra mast. The residents are more likely to be affected by the mast are numbers 233, 235 and 237. Not as Grogan would have you believe that it's only 235 and 237 that are affected. The residences don't want a view of structure for an outlook. Their outlook will be the mast in your face. We'll have no choice of a more amenable view. The houses on the particular row are directly opposite side of 40 Winster Road, which is Peel Green Road, and their view will be the majority of the mast. The residents at 229 have lots of views diagonally from their lower and upper windows. They can see the mast fully, which they do not want to be their outlook. They want the same as they have always had, which is uninterrupted skyline. The rest of houses on that particular row will be able to see the mast clearly through their windows at varying degrees. The residents, these are the comments that they've made. Ugly monstrosity, they're an eyesore, they're overbearing, its detrimental effects, industrial object, not for residential areas, no amenable view, not nice outlooks, our enjoyable views should not be interrupted, a visual amenity taken from us, our outlooks used to be pleasant and they won't be now, interrupted skies, oppressive, intrusive, distressing and depressing. I reside at 35 Winster Road. From all windows on the front elevation of this, I can see this mast and it'll be clearly seen diagonally. Not as Grogan describes, which says not directly facing the proposal. I'm a human being who is able to look around the world, not just through tunnel vision. Speaking from experience about how these structures affect people, mental health was, years ago, a huge satellite dish that was placed right in view of the front of my eyes opposite my house. For months, my mental health deteriorated. Eventually, I reported it to the council. It was removed and I was very grateful. The mast will be bigger than this satellite and this will affect my sanity and my mental health. I'm not going back to that dark place. So I am expecting the council, yet again, who helped me once, only to do it again. As you set the precedent, as mental health issues are growing. Number 40 Winster Road doesn't have any windows on the side elevation. And Grogan seems to think that this hides the fact that she can't see. She can't see it, sorry. She's in her garden all summer and all winter, entertaining her family. She does want to explore the opportunity of building herself an open plan house on the freehold land that we both own. We also have a family of bats that come to feed early in the morning and at dusk. I want to know what biodiversity checks the council have done regarding the radar that may scupper their route. We already have cabinets and posts around there and it is a very busy road. We've got children there that have got disabilities and three of them that live in the same household, they've got a condition where changes make a big difference to their life. They don't like changes. And this house is right opposite this fence. And we are on a very busy road. We don't want any more posts, we don't want any more boxes. It is a very busy road. We've had lots of accidents around there because when you get to this particular point on that pavement, you look right to see if the traffic is coming round. So that is the cause of any object that's in the way causes these accidents. So we want you, the council, to help us out with our mental health, and we strongly reject this proposal.
Thank you, Mrs. Henshaw. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. Can I just ask you, could you read the MP's letter out, please?
I can't do that. The MP needs to send their own representatives to do that.
Have I still got the time to read it?
You have a minute and a half left, so yes, you do. You can read it out, but we don't. No, it's all right. It's okay. Mrs. Earnshaw, wait till you get to the microphone, because no one can hear you.
Thank you. Sorry. Sorry, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, Mrs. Earnshaw.
This is a statement from Barbara Keeley MP, Member of Parliament for Worsley and Eccles South. I continue to support residents living in the area surrounding the proposed site of this mass and associated cabinets on Peel Green Road in their objection to this proposal. I do not believe this is a suitable site for a mast that is 15 metres tall, and the erection of this mast at this particular location seems illogical when there are other locations that would be more suitable for a mast such as near as United Utilities, excuse me, plant or land near M60 motorway or in the car parks of local supermarkets. There does not seem to have been consideration of other less prominent sites nearby for this mast to be installed. I have serious concerns that the cabinet will be installed next to this mast would dominate the footpath and make it nearly impossible for wheelchairs and pushchairs to navigate the pavement safely. Residents on Peel Green Road feel that the proud local history and aesthetic of the road will be spoiled by having this mast and cabinets on the pavement there. My view is that there needs to be serious consideration given to the location of this mast, because there will be other sites close by that are more suitable than a Peel Green Road, which is in the middle of a dense residential area. I would be grateful if you would note my strong objections to this planning application, and I hope that a more suitable site can be found for this mast, which will not cause a nuisance to the local area.
Thank you, Mrs. Earnshaw. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll let you keep it, Mrs. Earnshaw. No, it's all right, Mrs. Earnshaw, don't worry. Oh, no, thank you. Cheers. Okay, that's the objective side heard for this application. I now move to the applicants and applicant agents side. Mrs. Kay. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Kay. I don't have any ward members for this particular application present, so members are going to open the debate. I've told you about your planning balance sheet already. Councillor Cusack, you've got your hand waving.
Thank you, Chair. This proposal doesn't, or this application doesn't, in my view, demonstrate that sufficient investigation of alternative sites has been undertaken. I think it's the wrong design, in the wrong place. Therefore, on the grounds of siting and appearance, and in order to expedite the conversation, I would like to propose refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Cusack. Is there anybody willing to second that motion? Okay, I have 2 seconders. Okay, is there anybody willing to move the officer's recommendation? Councillor Tresidder, you're willing to move the officer's recommendation. Is anyone willing to second the officer's recommendation? No. Okay. At the moment, we have on the table a motion contrary to the officer's recommendation. So, as I said, we need to bring Mr. Hodgson in to quickly inform us of the impact that we may have.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, having listened to the debate, and obviously I can clearly see that members have understood the context. They've been shown a presentation that adequately describes the site, and have heard from local residents. And I think the panel have put weight particularly on obviously the design and appearance, the siting and appearance of this proposal, and have assessed it against the relevant development policies and come to a contrary view, which is totally reasonable, Chair. Thank you.
Members, there's a motion to refuse the plan application, contrary to officer's recommendation, on the basis that siting and appearance is contrary to Dev 1 on its, as it is incongruous to the street scene. All in favour of that, please show. Anyone against that motion? One. And any abstentions? None. Ladies and gentlemen, the application has been refused. Thank you so much. Okay, members, your next application is item 5G, which is page 125. It isn't on your amendment sheet. Your planning's balance sheet is the item 5G from the email Mr. Ralph sent out yesterday evening. So, okay, Mr. Stevenson, I'm looking for 78735.
Yes, Chair, hopefully you can see that up on the screen in front of you.
It was, yeah. Over to your good self.
Thank you, Chair. This sixth and final application relates to the same installation on Leamington Road adjacent to 4 Newbury Drive in Eccles. Again, this is the location where my pointer is now. You can see how it sits close to the junction with Newbury Drive and Leamington Road in this location. And again, you can take from this image the fact that this is a residential context. Again, from Google, this just helps you understand the scale of properties in the area, and it's very much similar to what we've been considering insofar as 2-storey semi-detached properties surrounding where this proposed mast would be. Again, the mast is the same. An image showing where the cabinet and pole would be sited. And again, an image showing where we've received comments from, so the blue squares, people who have notified but have not commented, red triangles are objections, the yellow circle there is somebody who's written in neither objecting nor supporting the application. Again, for the reasons set out in the report, Chair, the recommendation is to approve.
Thank you, Mr Stevenson. Thank you so much. I do have two people who are registered to speak on the objective side, Mr David Peary and Mr Jim Cook. Are you both wishing to speak? Yeah. Oh, great. Okay, who's going first? No problem. Caroline's just going to switch the microphone on for you. So if you could just let me know your name and then we'll get started.
Oh, right. It's Mr. Perry.
Hey, nice
Mr. Perry.
Over to you, good self, Mr. Perry. 5 minutes for your good self.
All right, thank you. I live directly opposite where this structure is supposed to be placed. So as soon as I open my curtains in the morning, that structure is what I'll see. And that distance is probably where I am now to where you are. It's totally unacceptable. But I'll read what I've written down and then take it from there. But it's much the same as the other people's. So I strongly object to the application of the siting of this on a popular road, right outside my immediate view. When I look out of my windows, each and every time I leave the property, it's aesthetically unacceptable and will dominate the busy footpath, especially where there are lots of other potential open spaces, sites nearby. Any need, if one exists, to enhance the telecommunications within the area most certainly should not be at the expense of the character and appearance of the area that they serve. There is an existing mast less than 300 metres away. We've already heard that they need them closer. So the 50-metre mast plus associated infrastructure, housing, cabinets will dominate what little space there is already on that footpath which serves the local community. Would be an absolute eyesore and is completely unacceptable at the proposed location. It would be uncharacteristically high at more than 2.5 times that of the comparable design of the nearby streetlights and form an incongruous feature within the street scene and cause demonstrable visual harm to the character and appearance of the surrounding area. In addition, I can see nothing has been submitted to justify the proposal development on regards to the suitability. Visually less intrusive and non-residential sites, for which I am certain there are many. There is nothing to offer any screening of this unsightly mast. There are unknown health risks associated with radiation from such masts. The mast and visual clutter on the pavement will be an eyesore, out of character with the local area, and spoil the atmosphere of the local community. It will also leave an insufficient width of the existing footpath, creating accessibility issues for parents and people who are in need of using aids to help them get around. I believe it's really needed. It would be more suitable elsewhere and away from the centre of the village and a less intrusive, non-residential location. As at its current proposed site, this may also lead to a negative impact on property prices. I know you're not interested in that, but similar equipment rolled out nearby have been less intrusive, non-residential, that have been proposed here. I urge the decision makers to visit the site, meet the local residents to fully understand the very real objections which exist and discuss the alternative sites which, whilst also asking themselves the question, would I want this to be my opening view each and every morning and every time I step outside of my front door? Just in summary, provision of improved telecommunication services are supposed to enhance the lives of the community, but must be deployed sympathetically to the local environment and embrace the wishes of the local residents, which to date appears there has been no attempt to do. I urge the panel to reject this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Cook, I just need Carolina just to wipe down the table and then so to good stuff. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Cook, your 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name's Jim Cook. I've lived in Leamington Road for about 30 years now. Just a few points I'd like to make, probably repeating what other people have already said. It will be an ice wall, no getting away from that. There are, or is, a small industrial estate within a couple of 100 metres, so if these antennae cover 1,000 metres, I don't see why that can't be used. A mast already has been erected at the little supermarket, which is about 200 yards away. I suppose it's a competitor of the company that wants to put this mast up. But if we allow another mast, and they say they don't need planning permission, when another company wants to make competition with the company that are putting this present mast up, they can just come and erect another mast. How many masts do we need with small antennas at the frequencies that we're talking about, just a few inches long probably? We don't need thousands of masts, or 2 or 3 masts in one street. And surely the mast that's been erected a little could be used, because that's within 1,000 metres of where we are. And why do we need masts anyway when we've already got the infrastructure in place of cable? And far from having to take all the footpaths up, which has happened quite recently when Openreach put their cables down, I'm sure they will have built in spare capacity to run other cables along the lines where they've used. So why reinvent the wheel? We've already got the communication that we need in situ. Why do we need more masts? Or any masts? The other point I would like to make is that mention has been made about non-ionising radiation not being or not affecting human beings. The information that's available says they don't think it affects humans, but there's been no positive evidence to say that it doesn't. So I think that's something that ought to be borne in mind. The planning permission states that a 15-metre pole can be erected. I'm not clear on the point that if you don't need planning permission for a pole, do you need planning permissions for the cabinets that accompany the pole? Because the cabinets take up a bigger area than the pole takes up. So that needs to be taken into account, because although Leamington Road is a side street, quite a few school children from St Patrick's School and St Gilbert's School use Leamington Road rather than use the main road to get to and from school. And if we reduce the size of the footpath, kids don't think about things like that when they're going to and from school, and they're pushing each other about, and it would be very easy for them to step out into the street. So, very least I would say there are other places like the industrial estate that's close by that could be used, and also All these things to be taken into account.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Thank you ever so much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the... sir, I've had you 5 minutes from the objective side, so I'm going to move on as I read out at the very beginning. Okay, I've got the applicants and applications side next. Mr. Kay, are you speaking? No problem. Your 10 minutes, Mrs. Kay.
Yeah, it is really very quick in that cabinets under 2.3 cubic metres are permitted development, so can be erected with the pole to 15 metres in hand. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kay. Thank you so much. Okay, I've got the ward councillors. I've got Councillor Boschel, Lancaster and Mullin. Is it the same scenario as earlier? Councillor Mullin. I did say 5 minutes earlier, Councillor Mullin. You got to about 7. I'm not having a go at you at all. It's just I knew you were collectively speaking as a group, so it's actually saved time overall. So over to you, good self. Okay.
I think it's much of a muchness, I'm afraid. So again, thank you again to allow me to speak on behalf of the residents of Bartlemonton. This one is about Leamington Road, which is adjacent to number 4 Newbury Drive. And again, I have serious concerns regarding this applications. These relate to planning policies, specifically DEV 1, which is also referred to under the National Framework and Local Plan DG 1, A, B and C. Again, I've done my research in the area. Ofcom say that this area has full access to super fibre broadband. There is existing cable network in the ground. Healthy competition from BT, Virgin, TalkTalk, plus NetZen and others. It has got a basic affordable package of £17 a month, and again the local schools have got access to free internet via other providers. Again, I'm not sure why the applicant feels they cannot access this network infrastructure to supply their service, and again I will refer you to National Planning Policy 114, which says that wherever possible you should minimise the amount of kit and make sure that that does take care of the consumer need, which I am fully satisfied that it does. Oddly, this one is slightly different to the last one in that it talks about National Policy 116, but that refers to a blanket ban on the area, and I don't think that is the case, and thus I don't think it is actually relevant at all. I would remind members again that the infrastructure exists, is expanding, working as is. There is capacity, and again, there is no discussion alternate sites or shares, and that suggests to me that this part of the of section DG 1A has not been satisfied. Section 10 of the NPA prioritises full fibre in part 114 and the need of consumers in part 115. This is again a giant Wi-Fi router, and it is eminently not needed because the technology is there, so I can't see why on earth we would do it at all. Okay, so I've already demonstrated capacity resilience competition, complies with National Policy Part 114. I contend that Part B, DG Part B, is not met. However, this again is cited in full view of residents of Leamington Road and Newbury Road. We again have been lobbied by many of our residents, and again the issue of sensitivity. They care about their area deeply. This is an aberration on the landscape. They do not like it because it spoils the area and the view and has no benefit to them whatsoever. Again, there's been no attempt to in the design to camouflage where appropriate. Funny enough, there is an industrial site which is just up the road which will be better suited, but that just infers in DG 1 Part A and MP section 10155 have not been complied with, and therefore I say that under subsection DG 1 Part C has not been met. met. I also have additional concerns because I have not seen a demonstrable example of any benefit. The footway on this section of Leamington Road is 2 metre wide, and with the installation of this apparatus, the usable footway will reduce to 1.25, which is below the minimum recommended of 1.5 in accordance with Inclusivity Mobility 3.1. It is also busy footfall-wise in terms of school children used in the area, and that gives me serious concern. Also, the current placement, the Cabinet would just allow unauthorised access to number 4 Newbury, where they can just hop over the fence using this kit. And again, I would say I am happy that, the minimum was done to satisfy the procedures. However, again, my plea, this application affects a wider area, so could you please look in the future at this kind of application with letters and be less reliant on the SCC website. So on the grounds of the LPA DG1, Dev 1 and reinforced by Part 10 of the National Planning Policy and the additional concerns raised, I would ask you again to resoundingly reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mullin. Thank you. Thank you, okay, I'm going to call this from the council section, unless one of the councillors wants to say anything quickly. No? Okay. All right, members, I'll open up the debate with yourselves. We've heard from members. As I say, the planning balance sheet is 5G. 5G on that email. And members, this is the same infrastructure, but in a different place of the city with a different built environment, or slightly different built environment with houses, etc. So, Councillor Cusack, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's insufficient evidence in this application that active sites have been investigated. I also think the proposal is particularly intrusive in this street scene. It's the wrong type of installation in the wrong place, and therefore, in order to expedite discussion, I'd like to recommend a refusal on the grounds of both siting and appearance.
Thank you, Councillor Cusack. Is there any seconders for that motion? Okay, is there a mover for the officer's recommendation? There's one. Is there a seconder for the officer's recommendation? No. Okay. It's been moved and seconded for refusal based on the siting and appearance, which is contrary to Dev 1 of the Council's UDP and the MPPF. If we're going to go against officer's recommendation, as I've said earlier, need to bring in Mr Hodgson to inform the panel of any impact that the motion may have. Mr Hodgson.
Thank you, Chair. So again, I can see that obviously members have understood the context of the application, having read the report and have seen the presentation and heard to all the matters relevant to this application, have applied the development plan properly and have come to the view the proposal, given its siting appearance and height and relationship to adjoining houses, is unacceptable in terms of incongruity and dominance. So that is a position that is perfectly acceptable to take, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Hodgson. Councillor Cusack, from what you've just heard, has your motion changed? Nope. Okay. And our second is still there. Okay. It's been moved and seconded for refusal on the grounds that has been said. All in favour of that, please show. Anyone against that? And any abstentions? No. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the application has been refused. Thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of our public meeting. So if you would be so kind to vacate, because I do need to have a debrief. Sorry, Mr. Is the good? Mr. P, I will just have a conversation, no problem. Mr. Williams, the meeting is now ended. There's no part 2. So